I hope that everyone is well. Apologies, we're just a little bit late. I was trying to get through as many kind of members' comments as I possibly could, and that just meant we was a little bit delayed. I probably should start this at like 5 past, but if I did that, then we'd still be 5 minutes late. So it's probably best I leave it as it is. So let's have a look, shall we, and see what we've got lined up for tonight. If we go over and click on this. Boom. Okay. How will Roman Reigns respond to Jacob Fatu's brutal attack on the Bloodline? So, obviously, we're just, I don't know, spinning our wheels a little bit. It's going to be very interesting to see how Jacob reacts to the fans, because for me, Jacob is a tweener. He's someone that's getting crowd support. I've not seen him do anything against the fans. He is just doing really whatever it takes to get that belt from Roman. Because his family and because he's got good reasons about, like, I need to better my family's lives. I think people can really understand all of that. So, yeah, him using the Tongan death grip is questionable. But to me, he hasn't kind of crossed that line with the fans. But he did make some interesting comments backstage after last week's attack. He was backstage and he was like, you think I'm going to listen to those suckers? Kind of referring to the fans as suckers. I mean, I feel like it's been a bit of a slow descent towards being heel. I don't know, everyone's going to have their own opinions on it. Maybe you already think he's gone too far. Perhaps you already think, like, this isn't how you should treat family. I think that's fair to sort of feel that way. But it's hard because he's sort of painting a picture about being broke and Roman not helping him. And I think you can understand that he feels like his back's against the wall, like he's fighting to better his family's lives. Like, he really needs that belt. He's done a great job of that, actually, making me believe he really needs that belt. So, yeah, I'm interested to see how this goes tonight. How is Roman going to respond to Jacob's brutal attack of the Bloodline? I just hope that it's something... I don't really need it to close the show. We were just talking on the members. Uncle Revel made a good point, saying, like, why can't we just end Raw with a banger of a match? Why can't we just have a match that we really enjoy and it ends and we go, that was good. That was really good. Person celebrates. Raw comes to an end. Match hopefully is for something. Number one contenders or something. I mean, yeah, I think I'd rather have that than Jacob Roman again for the umpteenth week. But it'll probably be that, won't it? It'll probably be, this will be how we close the show. As well as that, we do have a title match. It's going to be Paige and Brie defending against Roxanne and Raquel. So, interesting. I think that's a pretty good one, actually. I don't know that the match is going to be any good. Paige and Brie have not been the best of teams. They seem to still have that ring rust. They seem to not still have the chemistry yet. I think they are getting a bit better, but you can still see that it's just off during the match. You can still see that it's not quite right. Still, they're trying, they're working, but it's just hard, isn't it? It's just hard if you've not been competing. I mean, I don't know when Paige's last match was before she came back. I don't know when Brie's last match was before she came back. And Paige and Brie, to my knowledge, have never been a team before this. So, I mean, talk about deep end. Chucking them in the deep end. You've got this team that just haven't been wrestling, haven't been teaming together, and you go and put the belts on them at WrestleMania. I mean, it's pretty wild. But... you know, I think they had plans for the belts going on the Bellas, and they've just stuck with the original plan. And we are where we are. So I don't know about the match. I've not got high hopes for the match, but I do think that this should still be interesting because I think you've got a nice dynamic of heels and faces. I think the heels have done a good job of getting heat. Roxanne, Raquel, Judgment Day with Liv. I think there's a bit of heat behind them. Paige and Brie, I don't know how much support they're enjoying, but there is some out there. You do see signs of support, and there are people in our community as well. So, I don't know. I'm not down on that match. I think there will be people that are, but, yeah, I'm happy to give it a watch. I could see it not being the greatest match, though. Oba Femi Open Challenge, right? He's got to, in my opinion, he's got to go up against someone a bit more challenging now. I've already got the appetite from you lot, that the vibe from you guys, you're not into these squashes. It's not doing anything for you. You're not interested. I actually think the way they've done it so far has been very good. The first week, it wasn't someone like Tozawa and he just beat him. It was Tozawa that came down and changed his mind, and it was actually Otis. I mean, we know that he's going to beat an Otis, but watching him throw Otis around, that's a tick for me. You know, Oba versus Otis, we got the match, proper match. It was short. It was a squash. But that image of him picking him up and chucking Otis, I mean, that was incredible. That was incredible. So I think for me, that's a tick. That was week 1. Then week 2, no one wanted to come down. So he went to the back, grabbed whoever he could find, which was Los Garza, dragged them both to the ring and just proceeded to beat up this tag team. So again, you know, we could have had the team kind of answer and come down. I think the fact he went and grabbed them and dragged them out. I know a lot of people are like, this is such a shame for Los Garza. But I mean, if we're going to be realistic, they've got no momentum. There's nothing happening with Los Garza. They're just absolutely lost. I mean, I don't know how they avoided being released. I don't want them to be released, but I don't know how they avoided it because we ain't done nothing with them. And actually, you know, on social media, they've been kind of making it clear they're not happy. They've not been like, I think, wasn't it like Garza that just changed his profile picture to like, Angel changed it to a black image, just all black. And I think Berto posted just like this black square as well, which it's kind of like nothing. Just, I suppose that might be what creative have got for them, and it might be how they're feeling right now, you know, might be how their hearts are, just empty, black, nothing, void, frustration is the vibe I'm getting from those posts. So I sort of feel like, yeah, I mean, look, if you're WWE, these guys, I don't know what their future looks like. Hopefully we can get them going, give them some wins in the tag division. But for me personally, them being dragged to the ring, not expecting a match and being chucked around by one of WWE's biggest monsters, I don't, you know, I don't mind that. I don't think they had a chance to really prepare. That was it. It was go time and they were getting murked. So that was week number 2. So now you find yourself in a situation for week number 3 where you go, okay, well, what do we do? Because you can't really do, let's bring down some person that Oba just beats. It's got to be some sort of challenge. No one wanted it last week. So why would someone want it this week? So I've got that as a question. For me, I'm thinking Sheamus. I mean, that's where my head's at. My head's thinking Sheamus. Because I think you can make an argument that he was not around last week. He's back now. And he ain't backing down from a fight. And I think Sheamus is perfect for Oba. Absolutely perfect. I think actually people are even asking after the Brock thing, like, what do you do with Oba? And I'll have to go back and look, but I swear we were talking about Sheamus because it just makes so much sense. He is credible. He's a former champion. He's someone that, if there's one thing you can say about him, he might not win every match, but he's bringing the fight. It's like Finlay, you know, or William Regal. I mean, William Regal did a bit of comedy stuff, but, you know, he was also someone that was willing to bring the fight when needed. I feel like certainly the Finlay comparison's pretty good. I feel like he's there to bring a fight. I don't care how big you are. I don't care how strong you are. I'm going to push you to your limit. Like, you can chuck me around. I will get back up. You are going to have to break my bones to keep me down, kind of a thing. So, but it's still winnable for Oba. It's still a match that he can win. He can chuck Sheamus around. Sheamus can keep getting up. Sheamus can throw in some big shots. Oba can reel back. Oba can throw back. You're watching a contest. Oba, after, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, certainly no squash, gets the win. And then Sheamus can come back again next week, and you've got yourself a bit of a feuds, little bit of a feud to kind of keep us going. So at some point we're going to get that. Are we getting that this week? Don't know. It could be someone else, but who? Who do you bring out that's going to satisfy the fans? I think any squash tonight is not going to be well received. It's got to be a contest. It's got to be someone that people go, oh, okay, yeah, no, fair play. That was pretty fun, actually, and he did take it to Oba. I think we need that. Like a Damian Priest might be able to do that, but he's on SmackDown, I think. Yeah, he is. So you need someone to bring a fight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As I said, Sheamus is the name in my mind. And then we've got this, which is all for that AAA show. The original El Grande and Los Americanos Hermanos, which is Julio and Bruto, formerly known as the Creeds, or also known as the Creeds, against El Grande and Los Americanos, which is Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate. It's a trios tornado tag. So this is going to be obviously just chaotic, loads of fun. It's basically Chad and the Creeds versus Ludwig and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, all competing in a big match. And it's going to be bodies everywhere. You don't have to stand on the outside in a tornado. It's like anyone can be in. It's just everyone fighting at the same time. Should be fun. It's obviously going to be a way for them to advertise AAA and the AAA show on the 30th. Mask versus Mask. Lovely stuff. So yeah, good. I don't mind. Don't mind. I think that'll be a great match, actually. What is missing for me is like a banger singles match. I'd love to see like Rhea versus Becky on here or something, some sort of banger match that you go, oh, that'll be good. Io versus Asuka, that type of a thing. The kind of thing you look at and go, oh, that'll probably be the main event tonight. Something really good that looks good on paper, that hopefully gets time, hopefully gets a clean finish, but probably won't. That's the one thing that's missing for me. That's the one thing that's missing. It would be nice to have CM Punk being on the show, doing a promo. He's always entertaining. Or if it said Becky was on, she's always good on the mic. So maybe like a promo segment that's not Roman. Maybe that could be the added a banging singles match. I think if we add that, we've got a pretty good looking lineup, actually. So there we go. That's Raw. That's everything that's been announced for Raw. Might be a few other bits doing the rounds online, but yeah, at the moment that's what we've got. Hello to everyone that's in the chat, and hello Sydney, who said, "Days, sorry for not being around." No worries, buds. We're always here. You know where you can find us. Life takes us all on many paths, many journeys. Some people have really struggled with like WWE in recent times, and I think that we've seen a few people kind of step away from wrestling. Certainly WWE post WrestleMania, and that's normal. Every year you see a decline. The busiest period is that first 4 months. We call WrestleMania season special because it is special, and so you do get this little slump that kind of follows. So yeah, you live your life, bud. You know where we are, and it's really about just trying to find things in wrestling that still grab our attention. As I've said, like when things and times become a bit harder, and I think this period has become a bit difficult for some, I like to just try and zoom in a little bit closer, not look so much at the big picture and go, oh, I'm just not feeling it, but zoom in a little bit closer and go, well, do you know what? I'm really interested in where Oba's going. That has actually got my attention. I'm interested in that. And yeah, okay, we're building towards Roman Jacob. I hope the segment this week isn't going to be rinse and repeat. I hope we're going to get something a little different. I'd love a bit of a swerve. I'd love to see how the Usos are going to be fitting into this now that obviously they got taken out by Jacob. I mean, it's getting to the point where they can't keep reaching out to him. Surely there's going to be a change in their stance. So I'm interested to see what that looks like tonight. And obviously, as we said, we've got Saturday night's main event this weekend. Very much looking forward to that. But again, we were just talking about this on the members stream. I was like, treat it like an extra episode of Raw. I wouldn't go into it thinking it's a PLE. The PLE this month is Clash in Italy. That's the one that you know, is going to have all the razzmatazz. Saturday night's main event, it's just like an extra Raw, really. It's a 2-hour show. So, I mean, it's not even same length as Raw. But it's a 2-hour show. It focuses more on the in-ring than a Raw would. You don't really tend to get too much backstage stuff with the Saturday night's main event. It tends to just be the matches. And it tends to be matches that have had a little bit of a build. But you're probably not going to be getting big returns and crazy moments. It's just really, you know, an extra show. But I welcome it. I mean, honestly, for me, I'm really quite looking forward to Saturday night's main event. I kind of like the fact we've got so many shows in May. I know it's probably not great when it comes to the creative, like having to rush to kind of put these cards together. So it's probably not great from that point of view. But to actually be able to sit down and watch wrestling with you guys on a Saturday, yeah. I don't know why. I mean, I used to really enjoy kind of UFC and boxing where that would break it up. And it always felt like, oh, this is nice. This is a nice different flavor. I'm not struggling at the moment with all the wrestling that's happening. Like, I don't find myself needing a break from it. To be honest, I think I get a bit of a break when the streams aren't on. I tend to watch like other content. So, you know, this is where I consume wrestling. And then away from this, I don't really watch so much wrestling. I, you know, just watch like other TV shows and, you know, sports. Bit of like, you know, I'm really looking forward to the World Cup, for example. That's getting closer. So I'll be watching a lot of that over the summer. I really do enjoy the World Cup. That's going to be fantastic. So yeah, I suppose like for me, I'm not like burnt out from it, which I think is important. I think there's a lot of people out there that are getting burnt out by wrestling. So yeah, if anyone is needing to step away, I totally understand. USA Cowboy said WWE needs a major story right now. Well, I think they're trying to do that with Jacob and Roman. I think there's been mistakes with the story, which for me, and the fact that it's so rushed, has been a real shame. I think that the dynamic is kind of a bit complicated as well. Like, it'd just be great to know that this Jacob's the heel. You know, I think I don't know why WWE muddied the waters so much. I kind of feel like, you know, when there's a presidential campaign and the new presidents that are running, right, are talking about what they're going to bring. I sort of feel like if there was going to be a campaign to be the leader of creative, one of the points I would make is I think that we make heels too relatable. I think we make heels like too wishy-washy. I'm really against it. I don't think it serves the purpose. A purpose. I don't think it helps anything. And I think I can point to Drew. I can point to Kevin Owens. I can sort of point to Jacob right now, because Jacob right now is a babyface. He's been a babyface. He's come out of WrestleMania a babyface. He's stepped up to Roman as a babyface. And then, you know, he's just started to do some stuff that's crossed the line, like the Tongan death grip. And, you know, the odd thing where he's just hyper aggressive against his own family, which you can, again, as I said, like look at and go, well, that's quite heelish. I don't think he is a heel. For me, he's not a heel, because for me, I can understand why he's doing what he's doing. I can understand that he feels like he's got to better the lives of his family. And, you know, he needs that belt. That belt brings money. It brings opportunity. And Roman's got it. The family's got it. But that's not helping him. clearly he's in a situation where he's struggling financially, right? It could be that he's got debts. It could be that, he's in a situation where the wage is just not quite covering. He's got 7 kids. So it's just not covering it. I mean, the starting wage in WWE is $350,000, but with hotels and transport that you have to pay for, the debts that he's got, I think you could make a good argument that he's, he needs to improve that and to make his family life better. And so Roman's got the belt, but that doesn't seem to be helping him. So I don't know. If I was campaigning to take over, I wish there was like a heel in there that we could all just hate. Just all of us united, like, oh God, I can't stand this guy. Someone in there that wins matches, that goes off on the crowd, that everyone doesn't like, and I would be looking at kind of moving more in that direction. For me, that's one of the reasons as to why this story has not quite landed, because where you've got someone that's a bit wishy-washy, like Jacob, I don't think that your emotions are that strong. My emotions are not that strong. I am not feeling that, oh, I hope he wins, or, oh, God, I hope he loses. I don't have that. I'm just more observing. I'm just sat here watching. I'm just watching to see what happens. I'm not as invested. And I don't know why they do this on a regular basis. Triple H must have some belief that, like, the old way of having hated heels is, like, outdated now. I just don't think that's true. I just don't agree with that. Because for me, this is just not as interesting. It's too wishy-washy. It's just, I don't feel as connected. Because if Jacob wins, well, fine. Because he's said his family's struggling. And I don't want his family to struggle. But if Roman wins, well, fine. Roman's a great champion, got lots of support. And, well, Jacob just wasn't good enough to beat him. But that can't be right. It can't be right that I'm sat here not caring who wins. And this is your big story that you've got coming out of WrestleMania. So, for me, like, this is meant to be that big story. And on the other side, SmackDown, their big story is obviously Gunther and Cody. I prefer that story, actually. I prefer that. That's got a dynamic that I enjoy a lot more. Gunther, the heel, the guy that retired Cena, the guy that retired AJ, but wins matches and he's very credible. Cody, the babyface, big challenge on his hands. That suits me much more. So I'm more into that one. But what I will say is that this one has got a lot more meat on the bone because this is family and there's a lot more you can dig into. And for me, like this Roman one should be better because it's meatier. And so, yeah, I think that's my frustration. I did like enjoy their segment last week, where, he came running down and speared Roman and the Usos through the barricades. I like that bit. And I like the fact there was the Tongan death grip broken out again. I mean, this was all about, was Jacob going to come down and acknowledge Roman? And of course he wasn't. And he didn't. And, he just murked everyone. So I feel like the battle lines are drawn. There shouldn't be any more trying to convince him to change his mind. That should be it now. And this should be about the Usos really working with Roman to, right, we've got a problem. Jacob's a problem. He's not changing his mind. We've tried to convince him. I want to see a shift tonight. I want to see a change. I want to see we're done with the talking. The talking's done, right? Now it's like any other threat that the Bloodline faced back in the day. Yes, Jacob might be family, but we've run out of road. So, yeah, I think these are meant to be the big major stories. You could make a good argument, though, that we do need something bigger that's making more noise than what this is. Kind of like Shane McMahon comes back and tries to take control from Triple H. That kind of level. I don't think we've got anything that's making that kind of noise. Word Life Xenofan said pre-orders for GTA 6 was a epic fail. It didn't happen. Don't know. Was that meant to be today, was it? I need to tell my brother, because he was talking of getting it. I'm not getting it personally. GTA 6 pre-order rumor appeared to be a false alarm. GTA 6 is about 18 months behind the original date. Okay. Well, I don't know what's gone on there because I've not been really following it, to be honest. But that is definitely something that I am interested in. I'm just reading what was said here. Grand Theft Auto coming November 19th, PS5, blah, blah, blah. That from Rockstar. The website title has changed. Don't know what's happening there, but I'll have to have a look into that. Stuart, hello. Do we think Brie and Paige can defend their tag championships against Raquel, Roxanne tonight? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, they can. I don't know. I mean, we could see Nikki. I mean, it could be that Liv tries to get involved. Nikki comes down, equalizes the numbers, and as a result, you know, Paige and Brie get the win. We could get new champs as well, though. I mean, for me personally, I don't think Brie and Paige have worked very well together. I think Brie and Paige are a little limited, and it's not really their fault. It's you know, they've not been wrestling, and they've not been a team since, like, you know, I don't know when the last time Brie wrestled a match before WrestleMania. I think it was like a few Rumbles, and then before that it was like 2018 or something. We looked on Cage Match. It is somewhat crazy since she last had a match. Paige obviously more recently in AEW, so that's a bit better for her, but she's still coming off a pretty, you know, lengthy absence. And then as a team, they've just not teamed. So, I mean, talk about throwing them in the deep end. So I do feel a bit sorry for them. Match-wise, it's a bit of a slog, to be honest, to kind of to get through. Like, their past couple of matches have scored very, very poorly from you guys. But I think Raquel, Roxanne are a good team. And I think that they should hopefully be able to more than carry their end of the bargain. I do think Brie and Paige are going to be getting better and better as the weeks go by. I don't know. I don't know when they're going to run out of road. It could be tonight, but I think there's a good chance that they could find a win as well. I think what we'll do is a poll, and we'll see what you lot think. Do you think... So, who do you think will win? Not who do you want to win, but who do you think will win? Do you think WWE will make a change and put the belts on Raquel and Roxanne? Or will they stay with Paige and Brie? There is also a bit of an argument that we could pull the trigger on Roxanne actually, you know, losing and then kind of being attacked by Liv. Because, you know, if she's not going to bring tag title gold to the Judgment Day, then I don't think Liv's a good friend of Roxanne's. So it might not take too much. It might not happen tonight, but it might not take too much for Liv to actually attack Roxanne. Roxanne be kicked out of Judgment Day. And then we actually start working towards a Roxanne-Liv feud. I don't think that goes down tonight. But, you know, something for us to kind of be aware of. King Gamer said, speaking of Shane O'Mac, do we have more respect for him or Triple H? Would Shane be a better booker? I don't think so. I mean, really the only thing you think about when it comes to Shane is that Royal Rumble that he, for some reason, was sort of took charge over, and it was very chaotic. I can't remember the year. I want to say it was like 2022, something like that. It's the one where, like, it was meant to be Randy coming out, but Shane's music played, and Randy was like, you better go out, because I ain't going out to your music. And that meant that Shane had to go down, and there was like all these things that were going wrong. So, you know, all of a sudden Shane came out in a Rumble at a position he was not meant to be coming out, which will have changed a few plans, I'm sure. But like, apparently there was other kind of things that were going a bit wrong. So I don't know. I can't say that I've got great confidence in Shane as a booker. I think he would be a bit different to Triple H. It's hard to say what those differences would look like, but yeah, I don't know that Shane cares so much about kind of old school wrestling. I feel like Triple H is quite traditional. I don't think that Shane would be. I think that it would be a little bit more risky. I think actually, if you think about Shane's style as well, he was a risk taker when it came to his wrestling. I think it's probably not unfair to say that you might see a bit more of that in the booking. That doesn't mean that it would be better though, because it might mean that you get Gingerbread Man stuff, you know? I mean, I don't think Gingerbread Man is a Triple H thing. I think that that's something that they've kind of sat down and spoken about that they feel is missing. And I think Triple H has sort of gone with it. I'd be shocked to find out it was him that proposed it, right? I think there's other people around the table that would have come up with that. And we just haven't been doing that kind of stuff. But I think, like, they're aware that there's a backlash on the product and that it's a bit stale and it's a bit safe and it's a bit boring. And I do genuinely think the Gingerbread Man thing was meant to be a counter to that, which is why I'm not so upset with it. I mean, it didn't work for me, right? I thought I could understand certain elements of it, but there was elements of it that I didn't understand. And you know, the reaction you get from some is like, well, it's just WWE. It's not meant to make sense. I had a comment from someone. They were like, "Are you really trying to analyze a comedy segment in WWE?" And it's like, yeah, I am. Because I know that you can point to ones in the past that didn't make sense, like Mae Young giving birth to a hand. But that didn't mean that they were well received at the time. In fact, Mae Young giving birth to a hand is regarded as one of the cringiest, weirdest, bad segments of all time. It's funny how it gets held up at times as being like, well, we did this. And it's like, yeah, but people didn't enjoy it, right? People were like confused by it. They didn't understand it. And actually there's a website that's called WrestleCrap. And it's all about like the really rubbish stuff that's happened in wrestling and certainly in WWE. And there's, you know, it's funny how a lot of the examples that people give are things that are featured on that website and in that book that, you know, fans at the time kind of rolled their eyes at. So I think that to me, it's hard to, because we've not been doing it, it's hard to believe that Triple H kind of came up with this as an idea. I think someone else came up with him and he allowed it to go ahead as like an experiment to see how it would go down. I don't know what the data was that they got back. I don't know if they are happy with it, if they're going to run something similar to it again in the future. Not sure. But I would give you that as an example of something that I would not associate with Triple H that we've just done recently. That's the kind of thing we haven't been doing. And we might do more of it if they feel that it was a success. I think that you'd maybe get a bit more of that type stuff with Shane. I think that you would get more outlandish storylines, which might not be a bad thing. But again, it's hard to kind of comment because it would depend on if the storyline made sense, if it was too out there. I don't know. It's hard. It's a bit like that Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You know, you can do porridge at loads of different temperatures, but a lot of those temperatures are not going to be satisfying for many of us. It's got to be just right. And it's a little bit like this with WWE. You can do loads of different things, but a lot of the different things you do are not going to satisfy people. It's got to be what they're looking for. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are not really open-minded to, like, you know, trying lots of different stuff. They just want great promos, great matches, really interesting storylines with some cliffhanger. That's what they're looking for primarily. And I'd have to say that's kind of what WWE is struggling to deliver. Just the meat and the bones, the meat and potatoes, just the bare basics. Just give us really great matches on the show that we can really enjoy, hopefully not with screwy finishes. But if you've got to do it once in a while, that's fine. But way too many screwy finishes right now. But just give us really great matches. Then give us some really good promos with some nice lines in that kind of further the story. And give us some cliffhangers, some twists, things along those lines. Bit of backstage comedy, Chelsea Green, Danhausen. And I think if you can tick those boxes and do that on a regular basis, I mean, we've got a good foundation there, you know? Drop a major storyline like Bloodline that we just had on top of that, and I mean, that's it. That's kind of where we were. That's where we've been. That's the good stuff. But, you know, at the moment, we're in a place where a lot of the match scores are struggling to get above the low-end 90% goods. Promos are okay, but, I mean, there's quite a few occasions where nothing's really being said, and they're not really doing much. I mean, do you remember that when The Vision came out the other week, opened up Raw? It might even have been last week, and we had Heyman come down, say a few words, and then he ended up giving the microphone to, like, Logan and Theory. And, you know, I think, did we have the Street Profits come down at that point? And it was like, there wasn't really much to that segment. And it was like, well, this is a bit of a bad start, isn't it? Sometimes you do get that, or you get a lot of repetition where you just feel like you're spinning your wheels. Like, we've just done another promo segment between Roman and Jacob, and it feels like it's maybe, I don't know, just to kill the week. And there's not really much more that's going on, you know? So I sort of feel like it'd be good just to get the basics sorted. I don't know that that's Shane. I really don't know that Shane. I sort of feel like the impression I get of Shane is that he would want to do some more of the exciting stuff. He would want to do some of that OMG stuff, and the meat and potato basics, I think that would just be like, yeah, whatever. That's not exciting. I'm not excited by that. I want to do, like, I want to blow up a limo. You know, I could see that instead. So maybe if Shane and Triple H could work together, where we could actually get, like, the structure of a show and actually, you know, get some good matches and all of that, and then drop a bit of Shane's craziness in. Shane might not be bad to put into the team. It might not be bad for Shane to go into that creative team, just to throw a firework in there, you know? I mean, some of his ideas, Triple H might be like, but some of it, he might be like, yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. Let's give it a go. He might be good to bring in. I don't think he'd be good to run it, but he might be good to bring in. Big Tony K said, Days, I agree. I hope the heels nowadays can be like you. Someone who the fans can unite against to despise with nuclear heat. Maybe you could teach a class to the heels. I think Gunther does it very well. He can teach that class. Mohammed said, hi, hope you're doing well. And you, buds. Long time no see. Sorry for that. No worries. Raw and SmackDown in my country is at 4:30. So due to my sleep routine, I missed the streams. Is there anything I missed the past few weeks? There's things. I mean, I think Raw's been okay. SmackDown has improved since before WrestleMania. Where we are right now is with a big Jacob Roman storyline. So that's obviously taking quite a bit of focus. Been a lot of NXT call-ups. So Sol Ruka seems to be stepping up to Becky. So that seems to be going on in the sort of mid-card. And then around the tag belts, we've got Saturday night's main event coming up this weekend. We've got Vision taking on the Street Profits. So at the top, we've got Roman Jacob. Mid-card, Penta's got the Intercontinental Championship. I think we've got like Javon, Ethan, Rusev kind of around that belt. So it's Penta, Ethan at Saturday night's main event. We got Sol against Becky. That is going to be coming up, but not announced yet. Women's tag titles, we've got that match going down tonight. So we've got that. So that's kind of like what's happening around the belts at the moment. Outside of that, we are building to AAA. We've got Mass versus Mask, El Grande versus El Grande. We're going to be seeing a lot of that tonight. And yeah, other than that, not massively so. We are building to Clash in Italy. I suppose, like, when you come out of WrestleMania, you kind of hit that reset a little bit. So we just built to Backlash. We're coming out of Backlash. Roman Jacob, the big story. Over on SmackDown, we got Cody Gunther. So that's kind of kicking off at the moment. And Tiffany's got the mid-card belt for the women. Top end of the card is Rhea. She's got the belt at the moment. She's got a problem with Jade's. Damian and R-Truth for the tag champs over on SmackDown. Mid-card belt is on Trick Williams. He's dealing with Sammy, and we've been doing a lot of craziness in that feuds. So, yeah, I don't know what's next for Trick. I don't know where we're going with him after this. I mean, he was doing a little summit with The Miz, wasn't he? And, of course, we've got Danhausen floating around as well, doing his fun stuff. So, yeah, I mean, there's always things going on, isn't there? But wrestling doesn't tend to move at like 100 miles an hour. Let's go down. It seems like they don't know what to do with Rusev, said Jesse. He could be put somewhere else. Yeah, he's kind of in that sort of Ethan Penta void, isn't he? And I agree. I don't think... I mean, didn't Javon beat him last week? I seem to remember him losing clean, and I was like, not sure about this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they've got big expectations for him. He certainly doesn't strike me as someone that they've got major plans for. So, someone commented last week about putting Lana back with him. I thought that was a pretty good shout, to be honest. Jesse said we need to find out why Maxine's been hanging around with Theory. Come on, Jesse. Yeah. When a man loves a woman. Yeah, come on. That's how it works. Robbie said, didn't we just have El Grande 6-man last week? On top of that, are we doing Finn JD for a third time in 4 weeks? We're spinning our wheels, aren't we? There is a lot of wheel spinning that goes on. Jeremy said, do we think CM Punk will challenge Cody at SummerSlam? Well, I don't know what we're doing with King and Queen of the Ring. That winner of that tends to challenge. There's been no announcement of King and Queen of the Ring, so hard to say. I do think they're going to cross paths. Whether that's SummerSlam, not sure. It could be a little further down the road. I mean, it could be around next year's WrestleMania. But SummerSlam, there's a chance, yeah. But whoever wins King of the Ring tends to challenge for one of the titles. Again, though, there's been no word that I've seen of us doing that this year. It's only been back a few years, though. I mean, King and Queen of the Ring only returned, 2-3 years ago, post-pandemic. So if we're going to sort of abandon it already, I think that's a bit of a shame. I kind of enjoy the tournament. I would make the tournament bigger, make it more prestigious, have even more people involved. But, yeah, we'll have to see. If that gets announced, then, I don't know, maybe Punk wins that. But, again, is Cody going to be champ? Do you even need the belt involved for that feuds? Maybe. I don't know why you would have them go up against each other if the belt's not involved. But is Cody going to have the belt by SummerSlam? Because I think Gunther has got a great chance getting that belt in Italy. So this is what complicates things. So I think they're going to collide, but it's just hard to say when. Days, I think Oba Femi is going to destroy the entire roster of Raw tonight. Enjoy your evening of Raw tonight, said Stuart. Stuart, thank you. Big Time said, Days, I worry about Roxanne because she doesn't get much reaction. We've seen her grow and develop on the main roster. More of her personality did shine through on NXT with Cora during that last run. Days, do we see Gable Steveson fighting on the corner? Oh, no. Is he on that card, is he? So that's where he's going to debut. Well, that's quite quick, isn't it? I suppose he's got that real wrestling, though, hasn't he? That's going to be... I wasn't expecting him to be added to a card this soon. But yeah, that'll be interesting. So he could be a problem. Is he? I mean, I'm guessing he's heavyweight. What is it? 2-3 UFC 239, is it? Or no, 329. 329? Yeah, 329. Who's he taking up? Heavyweight. Taking on Alicia Ellison. What's the date of that? 12th of July? Oh, WWE better not have any flipping shows on. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so the 18th is Saturday night's main event. That's the week before. So, the week after, sorry. So the 12th is UFC 329. The week after is Saturday night's main event. At the moment, there isn't anything in July. That might stay that way, actually. It might stay that way because they're doing Night of Champions at the end of June, and then SummerSlam is right at the beginning of August. So there might not be anything in July. We've only... God, it sucks. We've only got Night of Champions in June. As soon as we get past Clash in Italy on the, on that week, then it's very quiet in June. There's just the one show on the 27th. So it's a bit of a shame. It's going to be quite quiet, I think, after SummerSlam as well. Because that's early in August. I don't know what will be on after that. So there could be some UFC stuff coming up. I mean, obviously, I would love to be doing UFC 329 with Connor's return. I'd love to be doing that Freedom show as well. Freedom! So, yeah. Looks like we might be able to get to it. Okay, boom. Russell, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Mohammed said, I saw a preview of Raw. The new talents from NXT seem to not connect with me. And the reason I skipped and quit shows, no OGs like Kevin Sheamus since WrestleMania, and no Julia push, says Mohammed. Mohammed, thank you. Chris, shout out to you. Thank you for the kind words. Just saying some nice things about the community. Appreciate it, but Eric said the last promo Punk said, you never know when a title opportunity will fall from the sky. So I think Punk is going to win Money in the Bank, said Eric. Eric, I hear you. Pushing Up Daisies said, I have a dream that one day there'll be a wrestling event in the middle of a rave. Okay. There probably has been. I'd be shocked if there never has been. I could imagine there being like a club night rave thing where there's like some wrestling on the go at the same time. I could imagine that. Big Time said, Money in the Bank's being saved late in September. That leaves WWE in a summer lull because we'd normally start speculating and getting excited then SummerSlam party. Yeah, they've moved it. I don't know why. So what's the plan? Why have you moved Money in the Bank, and why have you got rid of King and Queen of the Ring, or at least not announced it yet? It could be because there's a lot going on with UFC and they want to get that sorted first, you know? Could be that. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. Let's go down here. Your channel says YouTube feature when just opened YouTube. Your channel says YouTube featured when you open. I don't know what that means. Corrupt. I'm not sure what that means. Feel free to explain that to me. I've not changed any settings or anything. Cooper said, from what's happening in the Middle East, I don't think it will get WrestleMania. Or I think that's a bit of a way off still. That's all I'm going to say. Don't like bringing that stuff up in here. Oh, it's okay. It's okay to bring that stuff up. I think where it just gets a bit nervy is if you're making any sort of big political sort of statements, you know, about like Republicans and Democrats and, you know, all that kind of stuff. People kind of come here to get away from that. But you kind of have to talk about what's going on in the Middle East because it affects wrestling. We got a big show that's going to go there very soon, Night of Champions. So we do need to be talking about when do they make the decision on Night of Champions, because the date of that is June 27th. I mean, it's just over a month. They've got probably about 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks. And obviously you need to be selling tickets and sorting out schedules and staging and transporting stuff there. And maybe they've got some stuff in a lockup that's just kept there because they run Saudi Arabia so often. Perhaps they don't need to worry about transferring bits over, but there are a lot of logistics. I mean, if it's not going down in Saudi Arabia, where is it going down? And how are you going to sell the tickets to that place? And how are you going to announce it? And when are you going to make that decision, right? You can't just get to the eve of the show and go, yeah, nah, we're not going to go. You're going to have to make this call weeks in advance. So for me, next year's WrestleMania, well off, yeah? Not even a thought right now, I would imagine, for WWE. I think that they are going to do whatever they can to get that WrestleMania over the line. It's worth $100 million. That's how much they're getting paid. It's going to be financially the most lucrative WrestleMania they've ever had. Doesn't even matter about ticket sales. Just that $100 million they're getting paid by Saudi to do the show. They're going to push that right to the limit. I don't think we're remotely close to the call being made on that. I mean, I think we'd have to be around past SummerSlam. Certainly past SummerSlam when they start promoting the ticket sales. But you got to remember, WWE aren't going to be too bothered by the ticket sales because they're not going to be worrying about making... I don't even know if the money goes to them for the ticket sales. Or if it goes back to Saudi Arabia. I don't know who gets the money off this one. Obviously, it's normally the ticket sales go to WWE, but is part of that 100 million, is part of that the ticket sales go to Saudi? I don't know. I don't know what the arrangement is. But what I do know is that 100 million is crazy. They got paid, I think it was 6 million. And then 4 million in tax breaks for WrestleMania this year. So in total, they got about 10 million for going to Vegas. And then, of course, they sold tickets. I'm not sure what the tickets will have generated, but it won't be remotely close to 90 million. They will make more from next year's Mania than they did from this year, just from that 100 million alone. So with that knowledge, we know that they are not going to want to, they don't even want to pull out a Night of Champions right now. They don't even want to back away from a show that's happening in 6 weeks. So WrestleMania is so far down the road. It's not until like April or end of March in 2027. They won't make any decisions until at least we get past SummerSlam. And then it's really the end of the year that they start promoting the tickets and get the tickets on sale. But because I don't know that they're going to profit from the ticket sales or even care about them as much this time, they might even be quite happy to delay all of that until January. So we'll have to see what happens with all of that. But that's well off. In regards to Night of Champions, someone's got to make a decision real soon because that's like 6 odd weeks away. It's June 27th from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We know that Iran, as we said the other day, is not going to be beating the American military, right? So comfortable for their neighbors and hope that their neighbors can put pressure on America to stop. So that's why they target the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. They're chucking missiles at all these other countries around them so that they can upset them and then hope those countries put pressure on America. So it really is not crazy. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is it is not crazy to sit here and talk about having concerns about this show that's going down in Riyadh. It does seem like, you're just blowing it out of proportion, right? But the truth is that Iran, if this war flares back up, which obviously Donald Trump has kind of been insinuating that it may do, their strategy is to target their neighbors, and Saudi Arabia is a neighbor. So, I don't know. Maybe if this does flare back up, maybe as soon as it does, WWE will make an announcement. But they are trying absolutely everything possible to make sure this show happens, Because I think this show's worth like 50 million. Every show they do in Saudi Arabia is just incredible money. This is one of the greatest deals that WWE has ever signed. It's just the money it generates is mind-blowing. We've said, haven't we? If you add every WrestleMania together, all the money they've made from ticket sales, they have made more from the Saudi shows since 2018 than they have from every ticket sold for WrestleMania going all the way back to 1985. That's how financially lucrative this is for WWE. And I know people will be like, yeah, but tickets were cheaper in the 80s, all of that. Yeah, but I mean, think about it. 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 14, 15, 16. I mean, a lot of this was all in big stadiums and not that long ago. Like, they have made more money from these Saudi shows since 2018 than they have every ticket sold for WrestleMania. That's crazy. That's why they're so desperate to not call any of these shows off. So, yeah, I don't mind touching on it. I mean, like, I'm just very... I'm very aware to not go into any sort of, like, opinions and all that sort of stuff. But to be honest, I don't really have any. I'm not really I'm more of an observer. I just more watch what's happening than anything. I mean, I can't flip and control anything, so. So yeah, it's more just watching and seeing, well, they're doing this and they're doing that. But someone's got to make a flipping decision at some point, haven't they? Big Migs said they're waiting for the last minute for Night of Champions. They are. You're right. They are. They are waiting for the last minute because of the money involved, yeah. So, I don't know. It's they definitely. I do not believe they want to put any wrestlers' lives in danger. Right? I don't believe that. But I think what they're hoping for is that there is that breakthrough where it's sorted, an agreement is reached. And actually, I mean, there was more chat tonight, wasn't there? Just before I started the member stream, I read that Donald Trump's announced a pause because there's some agreement, right? But again, you keep hearing this, don't you? And it never quite gets over the line. So I don't know. I don't know how true it is. But if it is true and it gets signed, then of course they'll be like, okay, right, good. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to hold, but at least there would be an agreement. And, maybe if we started to see American forces leaving the area, like the ship's navies started to go, the blockade went and, there was some movement, some de-escalation, then you'd be like, okay, right, yeah, good. And they're waiting for that. I really believe they're waiting for that. Whether it arrives before, when do you pull the plug? I mean, you've got to start selling tickets. I mean, I'm guessing they're doing it. I'm guessing they're selling tickets. But if you're not going to run that show, where do you run the alternative? Because you're going to have to find an alternative. I'm sure behind the scenes, they are trying to find a place that they could do a show in. I would imagine they're doing that. I'd imagine behind the scenes, they're trying to find a venue so that if they have to pull the plug on Riyadh, they can just announce immediately, we're going to be in Tampa. We're going to be at Tampa, same arena as Backlash. Get your tickets now. Maybe, go at a lower price because it's so last second. It's going to be at a special price. You're not going to charge for it. Bells and whistles. We're going to get some legends in, make some big announcements, get people to go. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, actually. I think that's something that, I'm not seeing much talk about. It might be happening, I'm not sure, but I think the whole Night of Champions thing, that could really be an interesting story. At the moment, right now, it's still going ahead in Saudi Arabia on June 27th. Aaron, hello. Days, I'm going to go to Calvin Harris on June 28th in Dublin. Do you like his music? He's my favourite DJ, said Aaron. Yeah, I don't mind his music. I like dance music, and I think I'm probably... I don't know if I'd go to one of his gigs, but there are several of his tracks that I like. So, yeah, I'd go and see him if I was at a festival or something like that. And it's one of those where if I went, I'd probably go, oh, yeah, I know this one as well. I didn't realise that was him, you know? But, like, yeah, I remember, like, when I worked in the entertainment store, I mean, a lot of his albums did very, very well. And obviously you hear his big songs on the radio and whatnot. So that'll be really fun. You'll have a great time at that. If I was going to that, I'd be like, yeah, great. I can't say he's someone I would necessarily go out my way to go and see. For me right now, I'd love to go and see Pink Pantheress. I'm a big Pink Pantheress fan. I really enjoy her work. I have done for a while, actually. I mean, she did like a song with Ice Spice, The Boy's a Liar, which that's when she came onto my radar. And then I checked out some of her older stuff, which was really good. And then like, obviously, I think it was last year, she released Illegal, and now she did Stateside, and now she's got, I think, is it called Girl Like Me, maybe a track? She's got a new one that's just come out. So I'm really enjoying her work at the moment. But I like a bit of everything, to be honest. When you work in an entertainment store, and I worked on the music section for a time, I actually worked, get this, I worked with the guy that brought Record Store Day to the UK. So Record Store Day was an American thing, right? Where you had a day to celebrate the independent record stores. And there was a guy that saw that in the UK, and he spoke to the labels and everything and got them to bring it over. And that's now a big deal over here. So we have Record Store Day every year over here as well. And I know that guy, the guy that brought it over. I worked with him, and for about a year I worked with him. And yeah, he was a really good guy, actually. I really enjoyed working with him. And I got, like, there's loads of people that you meet when you do that sort of stuff. I think I've told the story about Amy Winehouse, where I was like alone with her for like 5 minutes and I didn't say a word to her. And there's quite a few bands, actually. I chatted to a band called Neck Deep. I didn't really know anything about them, but I was watching a video the other day, and there was this guy who said he thought one of their albums was one of the best pop punk albums of all time. He was doing his Mount Rushmore of pop punk. And one of the ones that he was like, I almost included this, but I didn't, was a Neck Deep album. And I was like, no way. I've chatted with them. So, and I've chatted with Scouting for Girls. They did like an in-store performance as well. I met quite a few people, actually. I had the opportunity to go and have a chat with Kings of Leon, but I didn't. And someone I worked with went and spoke to Kings of Leon, right? And when he came back, he was like, dude, they were absolutely off their heads. Apparently, they were doing all sorts of drugs. And he was like, he got offered, like, do you want to smoke some of this? And I had no idea what the hell it was. They were off their heads, and they offered like this joint, whatever it was, I know, to my mate. And he was working. So, I mean, of course he said no. But like, I was like, no way, man, that's crazy. He was like, I don't know what was in it, man. They were gone. They were absolutely gone. So that was in Birmingham. So yeah, good times, really good times. I keep saying it, like, if this all fell apart, I would quite happily go back to that job. I flipping loved that job. It was so much fun. It was a lot like the films, you know, like Empire Records, whatever. It is like that. It's a load of youngsters that just go drinking, go to the pub. It's probably changed now, though, you know? That's what it was like when I was there, but because of cost of living, it's probably not the same now. Probably a lot of people just finish work, go home. Do you know what I mean? Apparently the youngsters now don't drink as much because it's too expensive, and that's probably good. But like, yeah, when I was going through work, every night you would go to the bar. You'd be down the pub every night drinking. Like, you'd finish your early shift, and you'd go to the pub with the rest of the early shift. And then when the late shift finished, they would go to the pub and you were still there. So you'd be like, how was the late shift? They'd be like, yeah, it was all right. It's quite quiet. And, oh, what did you get? Yeah, I got the new such and such. Oh, no way, man. That looks so good. I need to get that this week. Yeah, and that was it. You know, you'd be talking films and music and catching up with people. Oh, so good. So good. I miss that. You don't get that with this job, unfortunately. So, Mohammed said, I think we will see Julia get released soon. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think we need to worry about Julia. I think Julia is a great talent. They know she's a great talent. But I think you've got to give people chance to sort of get settled. The truth is that Triple H has got plans for Io and Rhea and Bailey and all these people, right? Loads of plans for them. And when he brings up this NXT talent, just find your feet. We'll do some stuff with you. And we'll start to kind of get you connected to the crowds. And, you know, we'll kind of work from there. So I don't think, like, unless you're an Oba or something like that, which is unique, I don't think really you're going to be bringing people up with these major plans. I think it's a case of, like, let's just get you going. Look at Carmelo and Elia. You know, that's how it goes. Julia, Carmelo, Elia, Roxanne. Like, that's normal. That is normal. What's not normal is Stephanie, who went very quickly to a world title. I don't even know that was the good thing, to be honest, because she didn't really have any great feuds lined up for her. And Oba, I mean, and Trick. You know, these are not normal. These are very special. These are like... Oba's a once in a lifetime. You could say Trick is once in a lifetime. But most people come in and you just sort of, you know, when Io came in, she got put into damage control with Bailey and Dakota. You know, it wasn't like Io came in and she was just having all these banger singles matches. There is that period of just get yourself settled. I think what we're seeing now with this potential split between Julia and Kiana, I think what we might be seeing is the end of that period. I think we might be seeing the end. We might be seeing the end of where Julia is with Kiana and actually now is ready to break out on her own. And so I would say, you know, this summer, going into SummerSlam, if you're a Julia fan, I wouldn't be thinking she's going to get released. I'd be thinking we might be about to start pulling the trigger properly here, you know. And what would that look like? Well, for me, that would look like her getting into feuds, having regular matches, having good singles matches, being utilized the way that a lot closer to how she was in NXT. It doesn't mean you've got to put the top title on her, because I don't think you have to rush to these things. I don't know where the fire is. I don't know why we've got to get everyone to like a world title. Just like, you know, we put the US belt on her twice, and it was just pointless. It didn't mean anything, like, because she had no good run with it. Like, I don't think it did anything for her. In fact, it just frustrated people because people thought she was now going to get booked better than she actually was. So I would say, like, rushing people to belts is just not the right thing. It's better to have well-structured stories and to have things in place so that you can really get stuck in, you know, to like really satisfying matches, really satisfying promos, really satisfying feuds. So I don't think she's about to get released. I'm optimistic that she's about to now break away from Kiana and have a good run. So they know what they've got with her. I genuinely believe they know what they've got. She's got a good aura to her. She's good in ring. She's a good looking girl as well. They treated her well in NXT, and yeah, I think she'll be okay. I think she's going to be fine. I think we could do with a bit of a refresh though. The aura that Julia had with that NXT run, it keeps me thinking that she was overlooked in terms of audience connection and the stature she had to keep it to the main roster. It's just a refresh. when you go from NXT to the main roster, you're basically joining a brand new company. You're kind of starting again. A lot of people on that main roster don't watch NXT. A lot of that crowd don't watch NXT. A lot of that crowd are kids that are just into Roman and into Cody and Rhea. You know, they're kids that buy action figures, that, you know, plead with their parents to let them go to the wrestling if there's like a live event. You know, they like to, you know, go to school and do power bombs or whatever, you know, put Tongan death grips on their friends. They're not really tuning in to watch, you know, Callie Armstrong, Kendall Gray, Mason Rook. They're not, you know, or before that, Julia. They're not really tuning into NXT to watch that. There's a lot of fans that are drawn to the star power, to be honest. WWE is a superstar making machine. It's really what it really sells is aura and star power. This is why it really focuses on people's entrances, and this is why, you know, it's constantly getting the wrestlers to sort of interact with the fans during the matches to, you know, make sure they're still along for the ride. It's why there's other companies that, you know, they don't worry about so much about the razzmatazz. They don't worry about the sizzle so much. They focus more on the steak, and the steak is the quality of the match. Whereas WWE is more about the sizzle than the actual steak. And this is where it can get a bit frustrating, because sometimes it can feel like we're doing too much yeeting and we're doing all that, and then the bell rings, and then we have to, you know, watch a Jey Uso match that's not very good. You know, Jey is too much sizzle, not enough steak. And actually, I think you can make that argument with quite a few people. I mean, you could say the same with Tiffany. You could say the same with Jade. You know, there's a lot of people that come out that look amazing and have got big presentations and their catchphrases and all this stuff. A storm is coming, Tiffy time, yeet. It's all sizzle. But then when that bell rings and it's time to cut a promo or it's time to wrestle a match, that's where you go, oh, okay. And it's just not, it's not the level we're looking for, really. That's because WWE is very good at the sizzle and doesn't really care so much about the steak. But that's why, for me, like Julia, when she comes up from NXT, you're trying to work on her presentation, trying to get her regular matches, get people used to her music, get people used to her, and just kind of get that kind of introduction done, really. And then you can start to, you know, build from there. It's not that she just comes straight from NXT ready-made, because there's so many people, I promise you, there are so many people that don't watch NXT. I mean, NXT's viewing figures last week were like, what, 500,000? 500,000 watch NXT last week. I think SmackDown was like 1.2 million. So without even trying, there's 700,000 people more that watch SmackDown that don't watch NXT. I mean, if you go globally, I mean, it's a real worldwide, it's a real sizable number that don't watch NXT, that do tune into, you know. So you've got to see it as starting again. You've got to see it as we bring up these people, we basically start again with them. And for me, they kind of go into a bit of a get your feet under the table, get settled, and then, you know, from there we build. And we hope that they connect and they get momentum. And if they don't, then we've got a bit of a problem. I would say at this point, certainly for Julia, no issues, no concerns. I think if she breaks away from Kiana and it doesn't start connecting, as we start to really present who she is, then I would have some concerns. Then I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, it's quite quiet. But I think at the moment, I can see her breaking away from Kiana and them giving her a proper program, and then I could see it working. So Cleveland's there. Hello, Cleveland. Long Beach Hippie said Santino Marella beats Umaga for the IC title on his debut. He did. He was handpicked from the crowds in Milan, Italy. Those days sucked, said Long Beach Hippie. Yeah, that was an exciting way of bringing him in, wasn't it? Like, we've done that before where we've had people in the crowd. Earthquake came out of the crowds. So, I mean, we've done that a few times but this is just like however you want to use people. So it's one of those where we've done everything. Paige won a belt, didn't she, on her first night as well. So there's lots of different ways that you can go about it, where you can actually bring people in. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how successful that was. I mean, obviously he transitioned into a comedic character. So, I don't know. You can bring people in lots of different ways. But the way that we tend to bring up people from NXT, I would say what the most normal way of doing it is to call them up and then, let them find their feet and then, start to kind of go from there. So, I would be using people like Dakota and Io. I'd be using people like Roxanne. I'd be using people like Julia, Carmelo, Ilya Dragunov. I'd be using a lot of those names as examples recently as people that we've kind of brought up and just allowed to find their feet. And for me, that's the pretty standard way to deal with it. Outside of that, you're always going to have exceptions. Oba, as we mentioned, is a big exception. But he is we've built him up to be a big deal. We've brought him out because of his presentation and his size, the walk, and just the whole package that he's got. It just landed. I don't even think WWE were expecting it to work this well. I seriously don't. I think this has took them by surprise. I think they knew that he would connect. I think they had pretty good confidence that, how is this not going to really work? He looks amazing. He sounds amazing. He's got a great size. The entrance music's great. He's got the walk. You can see everyone joining in with that. But whether they thought that he was going to be this over this quickly, I'd be very surprised if they were expecting this. This is a gift. This is like a main event talent has just been dropped in your lap, A ready-made main eventer for PLEs. A ready-made opponent for Roman Reigns. A ready-made opponent for CM Punk and Cody. And a proper main event talent has just arrived. And they must be giddy with excitement over Oba. Absolutely giddy. Because he's achieved in no time what it can take so long to build people towards, Do we prefer SmackDown being 3 hours or 2 hours? Because I admit I prefer 3, because talent are featured, things can breathe. I prefer 2. And the reason for that is because I've never subscribed to this idea that more is better. I think better is better. So if if you've got 3 hours, then I've got real doubt that you can book a 3 hour, really compelling show. I'm not worried about more talent being featured. I don't care about that. The reason why I don't care is because I don't need everyone featured every week. When I used to watch Raw, it was only an hour when it first started, right? When I first started watching it, it was an hour, and you didn't have everyone every week. You wouldn't, and what was exciting is that they'd be like, join us next week, Bret Hart's on the show. You'd be like, oh, the champ's going to be here. That'll be good. And you didn't see him this week. You had Shawn, you had Undertaker, but join us next week because we got Razor and Bret. And it's like, oh, that'll be good. I like Bret. So you want to tune in to see what he's got to say. Obviously, we're not going to do it that way so much now. You do get it a little bit with, say, Roman. Roman might not be on the show every week, and they might be like, join us next week. We've got Roman Reigns. And so, they do it a little bit that way, or they did it a bit with Brock, where you wouldn't have Brock, but Brock will be back next week, right? But it used to be a lot more back with Raw, right? So I've kind of grown up with that. Like, I've grown up with not seeing everyone every week. And I would argue that actually where we are with long shows is we're overexposing people. There's a reason why a lot of segments feel like they're just spinning their wheels. It's because they're just spinning the wheels. It's because we ain't got nothing else to do. You know, telling a story shouldn't need to see everyone every single week. Like, you should be able to have time away from these people, but it seems like we have to get them on. It's like wrestling can't afford to go a week without showing certain people. Like, we have to have all the big names on every show. Otherwise, we're worried that the ratings will collapse. And that's a bit of a concern, actually. I mean, if WWE and wrestling is in such a bad health that you can't afford to have certain people miss weeks, you've got to have all your big names on the show every single week. And then all you do is you overexpose and you just spin your wheels and you end up with, like, the, you know, promo segments that don't really go anywhere, or tag teams having singles matches, or singles wrestlers being put into tag teams. Just how do we get them on the show? We got to get Bailey on the show. We got to get Becky on the show. Like, how are we going to do it? And this is why you end up with so much rubbish. So I don't think it helps the quality. I think it dilutes. I think it overexposes. I think wrestling has got a real big problem with not having confidence to actually leave big names off the show and actually just focus on really good stories, really good promos, really good matches, rather than, right, we've got to get the Becky segment in now. Right, we've got to get the CM Punk segment in now. And listen, a Becky and a CM Punk segment, amazing, but you don't need it every week. So if you look at AAA and the praise that AAA gets, how much of their roster features on a Saturday? I mean, for example, this weekend, we had 3 matches and we finished up with El Grande as we head towards May 30th. But there was no Octagon, there was no Psycho Circus, there was no Wagner, there was no Mini Vikingo. You can kind of go down the list. There was no Flammer or Toxicus. There was so much of their roster that was missing because the show's only an hour, and they don't try and find a way of, like, fitting everyone in. They do 1 hour. It's amazing. It's always a fun watch. This is AAA. The brand is bigger than any wrestler. You know that when you tune in, it's going to be an entertaining show. And I don't ever go into AAA worried that the show's going to suck. I always think, well, it doesn't matter what's on, because I know it's going to be good. And that's a really good place to be, isn't it? And I don't think that's where WWE is. I don't think people can click on Raw or SmackDown and think to themselves it's going to be a good show. I think people do look at the segments and kind of hope that it's going to be good. I think there is something fundamentally wrong with the idea that we have to shoehorn everyone in every week, all the big names, because what you're actually doing is you're overexposing the top end of the card and you're undercooking the bottom end of the cards, because they're not getting stories and they're not getting exposure, and the top end is getting too much where they're spinning their wheels. So I'm a fan of 2 hours. I don't know where the sweet spot is. I kind of like what we do with Raw, where we do a 2-hour show and then the last half hour is for the main event match. I kind of like that. I'm not down on that. I think you can do 2-hour shows as well. I mean, I always think about things like Walking Dead and those kind of dramas, Breaking Bad, Sopranos. That I think Sopranos ran for an hour, but Breaking Bad and Walking Dead did. I think Game of Thrones as well. You know, those big shows that you get them once a week for an hour, loads of storyline development, loads of checking in with different characters. Obviously, they don't have to worry about putting on like 10-minute matches and stuff like that, which helps. them, because they can use that time to further a few stories. But really, they have an hour to play with once a week. You know, right now, WWE is trying to do 5.5 hours a week. I mean, it is incredible, the scale of what they're trying to do. I mean, it is impressive. It's seriously impressive. So, yeah, I must admit, I don't worry about everyone featuring every single week. I think there's other arguments you can have about, well, when are they meant to get TV time and how are they meant to improve? I think for me, the most important thing is that the show is good. That's the most important thing. We need to get our priorities right. Our priorities have got to be in order. And I think the number one thing for fans is that the show is enjoyable. So the question has to be, what do you do to make the show enjoyable? What do you do to make the show unmissable? And you start with that. And so for me, I don't care about everyone being featured every week. And I don't care about like trying to help develop the talent at the bottom end of the... I'm not interested, right? I'll find other ways to help them once I've got what needs to be sorted. And what needs to be sorted is we need these to be better shows. So that would be my starting point. Again, it'd be so good, wouldn't it, if this was like a presidential campaign and you could actually put all the points like in a debate, like they do when they have like Donald Trump against Joe Biden in that sort of presidential debate. I kind of feel like it'd be quite good, actually. I'd like someone to challenge Triple H and to actually bring some of these ideas forwards where they're kind of, coming in with some of these counterpoints. Of course, the truth is that WWE are going to want 3 hours because they get paid more. You know, the more TV time you have, the more you get paid. So they're going to want 3 hours. So you're not going to be able to, deviate from it. I don't know. Is there not some other way of doing it? Is there not some other way that you could have a 2-hour SmackDown and then the last hour is something different? Don't know. I think Shane had that idea with Raw Underground. He was going to do that. I think the last part of the show was going to be Raw Underground and it was going to be its own thing. But just never took off. Just never worked. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind the out-the-box thinking. For those that don't know, Raw Underground, it was this ring that was backstage. And it didn't have any ropes. You see the underground matches in NXT now. But it started on Raw. And basically it was Shane that was presenting it. And you had all these NXT talents around the ring. And you had like these MMA fights, basically. You had these people fighting in the ring with all this talent around, and it was meant to be its own sort of standalone show within a show. And they tried it for a few weeks, but I just don't think it was gaining traction. I don't think Vince believed in it, and it didn't quite work. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you could do with 3 hours, whether you give like the women their own kind of segment. So, do the women have like an hour? You do like, maybe you do it all the tag teams or something with that third hour. Don't know. But yeah, I like 2 hours. I'm a fan on making the shows as good as possible. I'm not convinced that 3 hours quality wise is the best. Rapture said, if there was to be announced on Raw, what do we think would be a new match for Clash or a new match for Saturday night? I think Saturday night, because that's this weekend, isn't it? So we've got to get shows for this weekend. Kevin said, the issue is wrestling isn't making new fans, says Kevin. I don't know, to be honest. I think that's hard to I don't know how to prove that we're not making new fans. So I've not seen any data on that. I mean, the one thing you would point to is the decline in ratings, but ratings are declining for everyone because TV is not the go-to place anymore. So if you look at WWE's social media, They do incredible social media numbers. I mean, they've got one of the biggest YouTube channels, one of the biggest X accounts. Their clips are always really well engaged with. So I think you could make an argument that the way people are consuming wrestling is changing, and the way people interact with wrestling is changed. Certainly don't think people are tuning into Raw and SmackDown. I think, we're seeing that younger generation just maybe watching clips and actually keeping up with what's happening through that instead. Whether, what that means in regards to if we're bringing in new fans, well, I don't know. I hear lots of kids cheering at the shows. I mean, I hear a lot of kids that are cheering for Cody and whatever. And it tends to be kids that come in than adults. I think it's hard. I think it's really difficult. I think that's hard. We're not really seeing anything deliver great ratings on TV. Like, TV ratings are going down and wrestling ratings are going down with it. So that's not a wrestling problem. That's a terrestrial TV, satellite TV problem. We're not seeing the ratings absolutely crash. So I don't think wrestling is just completely bombing. And I am hearing a lot of kids and seeing a lot of kids at shows, which says to me that Cody is bringing in kids. And, we're getting a lot of kids that are kind of coming in and being attracted through Danhausen. I think he's connected. There was a whole face paint thing at WWE World, for example. So I don't know. There's no data. I can't really point to, we're not bringing kids in. But the ratings are going down. But they've gone down forever. They've gone down for AEW. They've gone down for everyone. They've gone down for all the shows. I do think the way wrestling is consumed is different. And then that brings you to an idea like speeds. I mean, speed matches are meant to be quick matches that just play out on social media. And I know people didn't like them, but I think WWE was totally right to have a look at them. Because I think speed matches make a lot of sense. Because go where your audience is. If a lot of your audience is consuming your product through TikTok and Instagram and things like that, why not show them a quick match that's done in 3 minutes? I mean, that to me makes a lot of sense. It's just, it didn't connect with most people that were regular viewers. But I got the idea. I thought it was a great idea, actually. Maybe the talent was just not big enough names, Perhaps the competition didn't have enough prestige. Perhaps they didn't do a good enough job of kind of explaining that this is about all gas, no brakes. And the reason why wrestlers are losing so quickly is because they're not worried about their defense. It's all go, go, go. It's about trying to outmaneuver your opponent in the moment. And not so, this is not a traditional match where you're going to take that break or you're going to put a hold on, you're up against the clock. Perhaps they didn't explain that well enough. I've actually seen some brilliant speed performances in NXT. Starboy was fantastic. Elio LaFleur was fantastic. Sol Ruka's been brilliant in those matches as well. So I'm not going to be a speed defender, right? I don't think it was perfect by any means, but this is where you can understand, like, WWE going, okay, things are changing. We need to find a way of kind of, reaching out to the audience that doesn't watch Raw and SmackDown, but they do follow us online. Let's give them this. So I applaud them for trying it. It didn't work, but maybe there's something else in there. Perhaps there's something else that they can do that can provide content for that audience. Wrestle Fig. Let's go to the channel. Randy, shout out to you. Wrestling Figure Gods. Says Danhausen took Gingerbread Man out of the trash to reanimate. Could be. That could be what we see. There was a video of him doing that. So maybe it will be Gingerbread Man. I think it'd be a bit disappointing if it was, because I think people are hoping this is going to be a way of like bringing someone back, you know, like a Braun Strowman. I think if you're just going to have like the gingerbread man kind of around, that might be a bit like Danhausen might be able to make it work though, you know, might be able to make it work if that's the direction they go. But yeah, we'll have to see. Days, if one of these was to be announced, we answered that. Rapturous. Use speed as speed champion, says Cleveland. Days, they could have Danhausen answer Oba's challenge, but they don't want Oba to lose, so it's probably best that he doesn't. Big Tony said, I feel like the only wrestler who could have stopped Oba's path of destruction is the Ugandan giant Kamala, if he was around bringing kimchi whilst we're at it. I think he would have murked Kamala. It depends which era of Kamala, because Kamala was a bit comedic, wasn't he, by the time we got to the early 90s. But actually he was presented a lot more seriously in the 80s, when he was kind of in there with Andre the Giant and mixing it up with Hulk Hogan. So he kind of went through a bit of a change where he was serious and then became a bit more of a comedic character. So I think all versions of Kamala, though, are getting murked by Oba. Oba really is that special. I'd love them to make a WWE Superstars figure of Kamala, but I don't think they're going to. Maybe they would if they got him signed under a Legends deal again. I don't think he's under a Legends deal. But I did love him. I was a big fan of him when I was a kid. I found him to be really fun, really like slapping of the belly. Yeah, I really like Kamala. So, Rapturous said, if any of these were to be... Oh, God, blimey, now I can't escape that question, Rapturous. Wrestling Figures God said, I love Matt Cardona, that he came back is overshadowed by Mr. Danhausen, said Wrestling Figure Gods. Hello, Radiated Zombie, said Days. Hello. Who do we think will beat Oba on the roster? Well, I don't think anyone's beating him on a Raw. I think if he's losing, he's going to be losing in a PLE. It's going to have to be to like an Elia or maybe a Trick or someone along those lines. I think it's going to have to be someone that's in a real feud with him. It'd be a shame if he got cheated and he lost that way. But I can't see it being that he loses any of these current challenges. I fully expect him to go into SummerSlam undefeated. And what does he do at SummerSlam? I mean, will he be going for a title? Or will he be involved in a feud? I think he stays undefeated. I could see him coming out of SummerSlam undefeated, unless it's for a title. I mean, if he falls short to Roman, I think people would be a bit upset about it, but I think we could understand. Roman is the absolute mountaintop. So that should be his toughest challenge. There shouldn't really be any tougher challenge than Roman Reigns. Gunther would be tricky. Gunther could be a problem. I think someone like Elia, if he had lots of momentum, you know, Elia's going to bring the fight. Elia, you're going to have to break him to beat him. And I think anyone like that is always a challenge. That's why, like, Sheamus would be so good to answer the challenge tonight. He's cut from a similar cloth. You're gonna have to break him to beat him. Like, he is, you knock him down, he's getting back up. And that's hard. That's where the challenge gets really hard. You know, you knock Angel and Berto down, they might think to themselves, I don't want this, and just roll out the ring and run away. But, like, you know, there's going to be a lot of people that have got, you know, that kind of heart. And I think that's where Oba's going to be in a real fight. But it depends. Is he face? Is he heel? What's the story? Is it on Raw? Is it at PLE? But, I mean, you've got to be looking at those big names. You know, you've got to be looking at the Codys and the Romans, the Jacobs. I mean, Jacob versus Oba. Oba ain't running through Jacob. I'd expect Oba to win. But again, when's the match happening? What's the context of the match? because it could be that Oba manages, Oba could lose by count out. I could see Oba losing matches by count out and stuff like that, DQ, and WWE like really still promoting the fact he's never been pinned. I could see Oba losing matches, but just not being pinned, not having submitted, and still keeping on to the fact that, yeah, okay, he lost the title match to Roman, but it was by DQ. It was by count out or something, right? He's still never been pinned. He's still never submitted. And that way they can get themselves out of certain matches where they can keep the belt on people even after they faced Oba. And Oba can still have that. He's never been pinned. He's never been submitted. I think they'll keep that plate spinning for quite a while, actually. I think they'd be wise to keep that plate spinning for quite a while. So when it comes to matches that he's lost, don't be surprised if it's going to be through those kinds of means. Rapture said, do we think Sammy could either fight or align himself with Phoenix or Gargano, considering the segments? Well, it feels like he might be aligning with Gargano. He seems to be at odds with Phoenix. So I would say yes. It definitely feels like, because they're around each other, it definitely feels like they're going to do something with those guys. But at the moment, I can't say that they're all going to come together as a faction. I'm not feeling that. I could see it being a case that he does something with Johnny. I mean, he seems to be confiding in Johnny as like a friend, really. But it seems to be a bit more hostile with Rey Fenix, doesn't it? Net4 said, we need good storytelling and we need to bring back legitimate surprises. People don't want predictable stories. No, they don't. You're right. Pushing Up Daisies said, entertainment is about surprises and we're in a drought. I think entertainment comes in lots of different ways. Really good lines in a promo that make you go, oh, that's I don't know if they're surprises. They're just good promos. A banging match can entertain. You could do Ilya versus Carmelo. You could do Ilya versus Johnny Gargano, and I'm sure that match would entertain. So, I mean, there's lots of ways of getting entertainment. A Danhausen segment that's funny can be entertaining, and a banging match can be entertaining. Good promos can be entertaining. Of course, you want, ideally you'd like some swerve and shock. We had that conversation the other day about if you sat down and wrote down loads of different things that you could do. Like, I could do a heel turn, I could do a face turn, I could do the splitting up of a faction, like a betrayal, I could do a return from injury, I could do a new superstar coming back from a different company, I could do an NXT call-up. Like, if you wrote down loads of different things, like a title change, blah, 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 right? I don't know how many things you'd be able to write down. Maybe you'd get to like 30, something like that, 35, I don't know, of like loads of different things that you could do, each one, right? Well, in the year, you've got to find 104, because there's 52 Raws and there's 52 SmackDowns. And we've said, okay, you don't do everything for every show, but I think it should be like, I don't think once a week on one of the shows is too much to ask for, right? I mean, that if you just did one OMG moment, one shocking moment a week, that would be 52 things. That would be it. 52. So I don't think it's that hard to sort of try and drop these things into the shows, like throughout the year. It does just feel like we go show after show after show where we're like, what did you think about that? Was that all right? Did you think that was okay? And it was like, I do find myself sometimes going, I don't know what the thumbnail is. I don't know what I'm going to do for the thumbnail. I think people want swerves and surprises. They want really good stories. They want great matches. We know what people are looking for. Surely WWE know what people are looking for. For one reason or another, it's just been really difficult to get things to fall into place. It might be injuries. It might be plans changing because of those injuries. It might be some bad ideas. It might be a lack of creativity in the creative departments. It could be Triple H making a few wrong decisions. It could be talent underperforming. It could be bad communication. I mean, it could be a number of different... It could have been a lack of house shows, resulting in chemistry not being there for matches. There's lots of reasons as to why the shows aren't hitting that sweet spot. Triple H's responsibility is to fix whatever those problems are, right? So I don't know how he's going to go about it. I know what I would look to do. I would look to try and make sure that I've got some... if I was Triple H, I'd want to be excited for you to watch this show. Like, oh man, I can't wait for them to see what we've got planned. They're going to love this. And I wouldn't want to be going, yeah, that looks okay. Hopefully that match delivers, but yeah, that looks pretty solid. I mean, I get the vibe that's kind of where we are with Triple H. That he looks at the shows and he goes, yeah, that looks okay. I can see that's going to keep people around. That looks a pretty good main event. That should be good. That should be okay. I'd want something happening where I'm like, oh, I can't wait for them to see this, you know? You don't want to hotshot things. You don't want to do stuff where it's just you're doing it for the sake of doing it. So there is a balance. And it's definitely easier to sit here and say these things than it would be to actually go and do them, right? I'm not an idiot. I know that job's harder than it looks. But I don't know. I think I know where everyone is. I think I know what people are looking for because of the fact that I hear all your opinions after each show. And I read your comments during the show. So I feel like I know where the frustrations are. And we're just waiting for those things to kind of turn around. You know, are we going to get any great matches tonight? I don't know. I hope we do. That's what people are looking for, of course. If you're going to give us matches, well, we want them to be great. So are we going to get any great matches? Are we going to get any swerve or shock or anything tonight that's like, that's the thumbnail. When I do the breakdown, that's the one. Are we going to get anything? I don't know. We do go shows where we don't get anything like that. Maybe it's because PLEs are so close together, there's just not the time. I mean, that could be a factor as well. So, yeah, there's all these frustrations that people have got. WWE surely are aware of this. I mean, surely they're aware. I can't imagine they live in this bubble where they just think everything's okay. They must see what's being said. The one thing that we don't see, though, is we see like what our community says, and we see what the IWC say, and we see what, like, you know, is getting scored on Cage Match, all that stuff. But those kids that don't interact in those areas, those casual fans that watch the show and then carry on with their lives, we don't know what they're thinking. So, I mean, they might be enjoying these shows a lot more than what we are, you know? They might be, like, lapping these things up. So it could be the data is actually not looking too bad on Triple H's end. He might be looking at things going, nah, things are actually really good. If there's people out there that are struggling, they're in the minority. You never know. You never quite know because we don't get, like, that full picture. But I can certainly speak on behalf of the community with what I see that, yeah, there does need to be improvements. Okay, let's go here. Days earlier this month, WWE trademarked NXT Global Heritage Invitational. Do we expect anything to come from this? Yeah. I would expect there to be some sort of tournament that they'll probably run on NXT. Probably around the same time as the World Cup. They do that a lot. When the World Cup's on, they will do their own sort of World Cup where they put people from different countries against each other. It's just a way of capitalizing on the buzz around the World Cup. So that would make sense to me. Right, LS Dub, hello. Hope you're doing well. Liam, hello. Do we think it'd be worth giving Oba a mid-card title? I wouldn't be against it. It would mean that he'd be winning a lot of them matches, maybe frustrating people a little, though. He could have a mid-card belt. We gave one to Gunther. But I don't know. I don't know if people are really bothered by that. I think Oba already feels like he's a bit above it. I think, to me, Oba feels like he's above a mid-cards. He feels like he should just be getting into, like, feuds with Braun Strowman and Bronson Reed and Jacob. Like, I'd be putting him in those sort of feuds. Big, meaty, satisfying stories. Sheamus, Damian, people that are going to stand up and give him some problems. I think I'd do that more so than him, like, defending a IC belt. But you could have a run with it. I wouldn't be against it. But, I don't know, he feels like he's already above it. He feels like he's just beat Brock at WrestleMania. Looks like he's retired him. People are asking for him to face Roman. I think if you put a mid-card belt on him, people would be a bit like... I was hoping he's going to go after a world title soon, you know? So, but you could do it if you want to just kill a bit of time, you know? Right, we did a poll, and we asked people, what did you think in regards to the tag match? Very close. You've got Paige and Brie winning 58%. You got Raquel, Roxanne at 42%. Grog Vlogs, hello, hope you're doing well. 32 months. Also, I graduate in 3 weeks. Grog Vlogs, congrats. I hope that goes well, my friends. Shout out to you. That'll be good, won't it, once you've got that done? I'd imagine you'll be pleased to get all those exams and everything behind you. So, Grog Vlogs, I hope life's treating you well, buds. Okay, we're going over to the show in a minute. I'm just getting folders set up and whatnot. I can hear some cheering and whatever. Okay, Days. It doesn't matter how long Raw, NXT and SmackDown are. It's the over-flooding of commercials that ruin the show. Take Mania, for example. I saw it live, and you in the chat, it was Advert Mania, said Word Life Cena fan. Yeah, apparently someone did say that to Triple H, and he says they are aware of it. It's out of their control, which is a bit of a shame. And I do believe it's out of their control, because they basically sell the show to a network. It's then up to that network how many commercials they want to put in. I mean, do you remember when we were going to Netflix? We wondered what there was going to happen with commercials, but we were like, well, it's going to be commercial free, surely, for those that don't, you know, pay for that service where we don't have commercials. But I mean, it's not really proven to be that way. So you're really a slave to what the network wants to do. So of course you've got to work with the network. There's a lot of frustration around the fact that a couple of matches are on ESPN2 for PLEs. So if you subscribe to ESPN, you're only really getting 3 matches for a lot of shows for your money. And people are like, how's this fair? But it's like, well, ESPN pay WWE for the show, and then it's up to ESPN what they do with it. So I do feel a bit sorry for WWE on that. It's kind of out of their hands. Okay, we're just looking at last week. Robbie said, I'd like to see some more variety in the lengths of the title reigns. Everyone has the championship for 100 plus days, but mid-card ranges are like 40 to 70 days. Interesting. Eric said, I remember the 90s, early 2000s. We never had commercials on pay-per-views. It's crazy having them now. Yes, but we also had to pay $50, $60, $70 for those pay-per-views. Now you don't have to pay like that sort of money because ESPN are basically paying it for you. And what you have to do instead is watch the adverts. there's a lot of people that have got ESPN already, or they get ESPN as part of some package that they've already got. There is a degree of people, I don't know the number, I don't know the percentage, but there is a percentage of people that are having to subscribe to ESPN in America for like $29.99. They're the ones that are really getting screwed. They're the ones that are paying $29.99 and, you know, just getting 5 matches and, you know, these commercial breaks. So I do feel for those people. But even those people are still not spending the same amount of money that it used to be for a pay-per-view. You know, there's a lot of shows, as we said, each show was like a proper pay-per-view, $50, $60, $70. So it's like times change. I mean, if you think about when we had the network, $9.99 a month. I mean, that kicked off in like, what, 2014? That's like 12 years ago. It's not that long ago. You know, that's when I think we really had it goods. Was when we had the network. Okay, here we go then. Roman arrives. He gets handed his belt. I think, is Roman going to be making his way to the ring? Oh, here's Adam Pearce. We're going to do it my way, says Adam. I'm calling his ass out right now, says Roman. So Roman wants Jacob right now. Well, Jacob's coming out himself, actually. Okay, Jacob's coming out. He's got a dirty look on his face, hasn't he? We're getting a big brawl, said Trenton. Brony said it's impressive how Triple H managed to make Roman look like the dumbest person in the history of the planet Earth, says Brony. Jacob in the ring then. We got some Fatu chants from the fans. And some cheers. I mean, the vibe with Jacob is, if you're riding with him, brilliant. If you're not, he's not bothered. But there's loud Fatu chants. So this crowd are riding with him. Roman, you're saying you're going to call me out? Bring your punk ass out here so I can walk your... Oh, it's the Usos. Okay, this is good. This is good. Because I want some development on this story. They've been trying. Ah, yeah, look, Jay's got a chair. Jay's got a chair. Jay's got a chair. Jay making his way down to the ring. Jimmy trying to calm him down a little bit. Jimmy's like, calm down, calm down. Yeah, jumping in the ring. Jay just wants to wrap a chair around his head. Jimmy probably should let him. What are we doing, Jacob? Jimmy, again, is trying to get through. Part of you having a better life was acknowledging the tribal chief. It's like you choose the hardest path. They're about to fire your ass. Are we back in prison now? Oh, he tries to get him with the chair. Jay does, but Jacob lays into Jay. Jimmy with some shots to the back. So Jimmy was talking. It's not worked. That's surely gonna... Oh, chair shot to the back. And Jacob no-sells. Jacob no-sells. Jay goes for another chair shot, but another Tongan death grip. Jacob just taking out Jimmy. Now he takes out Jay. Where's Roman? Surely Roman should be coming down. Yeah, I mean, we got loud OTC chants. Here he comes. He took his time, didn't he? Whilst Jimmy and Jay were getting murked. And we got to do the full entrance as well, of course. The tribal chief will not be rushed. Roman slowly making his way down as Jacob stands in the ring. Everyone in the crowd acknowledge him. We've had loud Jacob chants. Now we've got lots of people acknowledging. Obviously, these two on a collision course. Italy. Roman staring at Jacob, not taking his eyes off Jacob. Standing on the edge of the ring. Fans are chanting OTC. I feel like a lot of people are in a similar boat to me, where it's like, I don't mind. I get where Jacob's coming from. I get where Roman's coming from. You're hearing support for both. I feel like the same people that were chanting Fatu are now chanting OTC. Yeah, they're going at it. Shots coming in. I'm pleased that we're opening with this and we're not closing with this. Jacob goes over in the corner. Roman in control. Jacob in a bit of trouble. Roman has got Jacob in his sights. Tongan death grip. Tongan death grip is in. Sign in the crowd says, I love Fatu. That super kick just did nothing. And again is a little rocked. Spear. Jay manages to get Fatu down. Big splash there by Jimmy. It's taken 3 of them, though. Jacob in the corner is outnumbered. Going for a 1D connects. Yeah. Jacob outnumbered. It took 3 of them to get him down. Okay, Jacob is still in trouble. They're going to grab him. I don't know what we're going for. They've got him against the ropes. Tying him in the ropes. Jacob caught in the ropes. Roman going for a Superman. Connects. I mean, he's just a trapped animal right now. Bang! Look at this. They're really laying into Jacob. Another Superman lined up. And there's nothing Jacob can do. A message is being sent right now. Jimmy, Jay, more super kicks. I mean, you're not going to beat the fight out of Jacob, though. You might be sending a message. But it ain't necessarily changing anything. Here's Roman going for a big spear. Gets it. Well, it took 3 of them, but finally, Roman and the Usos are going to be standing tall as the fans chant OTC. Roman walks away. Michael Cole said he just brought that all on himself. Is Jacob going to get up? Okay. Adam Pearce has come out. This could be very... You do whatever you want. Fire his ass. Do what you want. Okay. Okay, Jacob's got a microphone. Roman. Combat! Tribal combat! Oh, Adam Pearce was just about to make an announcement. Maybe even fire. Jacob, you don't need that, says Adam. Oh, he's going to accept. And it's going to be Italy. Tribal combats. Oh, if Roman loses that, it would be absolutely huge. Roman's accepted. Everything's on the line. Wow. I mean, that is really him putting the tribal chieftain on the line. That's everything on the line. That's not just the belt. If Jacob wins that match, I don't know where we go. Yeah, Michael's like, that's going to have to take place in Italy. There are implications bigger than WWE. 2 tribal combat matches in WWE history, and Roman has been victorious in both. I really enjoyed that segment. I'm glad we didn't end the show with it as well, but him yelling tribal combat was pretty good. Let's get segment score, shall we? Did you lot enjoy it? Much better opening than normal, said Corey. There's Seth. Yeah, I like the fact that we got a good week for Roman standing tall. I mean, he has looked second best on a pretty regular basis. So I like the fact that we did that. I think we got an answer as to where the Usos stand. And then, of course, we just got a really big announcement with Tribal Combat. We're seeing Judgment Day backstage. Get your scores in for that open. Oh, here's Finn. Here's Finn Balor. He's talking about JD. It was easy. You've changed so much, I barely even recognize you. Well, it looks like these two are going to have a match again. Street fight. This has got to be the end, hasn't it, for this? And we're doing that now. Days, are we sure that Jacob doesn't come back at the end of the show to attack Roman? It wouldn't surprise me, says Maggie. That might be it. I mean, I can't comment because obviously I don't know, I haven't heard what we're ending the show with. So, yeah, I like the fact that we just had Roman stand tall. I like the fact that this was a week where Jacob, you know, got outnumbered, beaten down. It felt a bit different to what we've been seeing. But of course, Jacob still got the final word just as he was seemingly about to get fired. He calls for tribal combats. That was a nice little twist. Okay, Finn Balor then making his way down to the ring. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about it? Put your honest thoughts in, because it really helps us understand how it landed. How many times are we doing JD Balor, said J14. I'm so ready for Balor to branch out of this Judgment Day feuds. I agree. Do you know, I was just thinking, I would actually really like this to be a loser leaves WWE match and maybe done in Italy. Obviously, we would then have to have JD lose and he would have to go on the shelf for a little bit. And I could understand them not wanting to do that. But JD is not someone that features on a regular basis anyway. We don't use him in ring all the time. And we could absolutely do a match down the road where, you know, maybe Dominic Finn, if Dominic wins, JD returns, you know? I think I'd like something that's got some sort of repercussion to it. Something that feels like, oh, this is interesting. You know, because this is a street fight. I would like to think this will be the end of Finn and JD, but it might not be. Do you know what I mean? We could absolutely get Judgment Day getting involved here, and this thing just keeps going and going and going. But actually, like, you know, having a match where it's like loser leaves and really building it up, doing some promos, and head into like a PLE with a big stipulation, that could be kind of fun. But whatever, I'm sure this will still be a good match. I'm feeling pretty good after that open. So, Finn Balor in the ring with the fans. The tribal combat match could be good, said Liam. You could have Usos and Roman beating Jacob, and then that's when we finally see Zilla. Oh, we're never going to escape these Zilla comments. People always want Zilla to come in. Yes, we are going to get that, aren't we? Will we ever get a PLE where Zilla's name doesn't get mentioned? That's my question. We had all that at Backlash and WrestleMania and Royal Rumble. And now it's happening again. Okay, JD making his way down to the ring. I don't like the idea of Roman having power. Roman almost fired. No, well, he didn't. He just said, do what you want to Adam Pearce. It was Adam Pearce that wanted to fire Jacob because of him putting his hands repeatedly on officials. Roman actually was the one that sort of prevented Jacob from getting fired. But I think you can understand that Adam Pearce would be okay with that because, I mean, he's just gone and got himself a major match, hasn't he? Adam Pearce is thinking, obviously, about views and putting on the most exciting products. So for him, I've got to fire Jacob because he's put his hands on the officials. But if Roman's going to accept a tribal combat match, in my mind, it makes sense that Adam Pearce would be like, I will allow that. That's a match the fans are going to want to see, and that's going to be good for views, and, you know, his bosses are going to be pleased. So I can sort of go with the story, to be honest. Javon was born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. Is that where we are right now? Are we in Greensboro? Is that why they just said? Okay, match is underway. Street fight. I made an error in my message. I meant I didn't like Roman having the power to fire Jacob. I would think that the Rock final boss, not Roman. I don't think he's got that power. If anything, he's stopping Jacob getting fired. It's Adam Pearce that wants to fire him. All Roman said was, do what you've got to do. Fire him if you want. But it was Adam Pearce that was going to do it because Jacob has been putting his hands on the officials. So if anything, Roman just accepting that tribal combat has actually stopped him from getting fired. Finn going under the ring, grabbing kendo sticks, grabbing chairs. JD going into the ring steps already. Keep getting your thoughts in. We're coming up to nearly 300 votes. I'm going to jot down, obviously, the results. Beast Mode said, Zilla's everywhere besides WWE. Making a name for himself, said Beast Mode. Well, it's working. The amount of people that we have kind of bringing him up in conversation on the streams means that he's definitely grabbing attention. Okay, kendo stick to the midsection there by Finn. Kendo stick to the back as well. Another swing and a miss. Looking for a Russian leg sweep. JD goes down. So we've had a few kendo stick shots. I mean, these two, they should have really great chemistry. Obviously, they know each other. JD kind of coming through over in Ireland. I believe he was sort of trained by Finn at in the early stages. JD going over into the chair that was set up. He goes into that chair and slumps down. JD definitely feeling that. I understand. I didn't like it, though. It makes sense now. Said Christopher. Christopher, shout out to you. Yeah. Sometimes, like, it happens to me all the time where there's, like, the odd little line that, you know, you miss and you're like, oh, I don't quite get this. It happens to me a lot. Oh, what? That was great. That was a really good suicide dive there by JD. Going through the ropes, taking out Balor. That was really, look at that. Boom. Really close, you know, to the corner of that table. I wonder why those commentary tables aren't a bit more curved. It's obviously still got, like, quite a point. I mean, he was, like, not far away from, like, going head first into the... If he had gone head first into the corner of that commentary table, could have been moody. Bang! Into some equipment case that's in the crowds. So, Finn and JD wrestling in the crowd right now, which is good. People have got their phones out. Finn getting driven back into that case again. And again. Yeah, this is pretty good, actually. This is good. Finn getting chucked down. JD in the crowd, looking out at the fans, looking at some steps. JD's got, I think he's going to launch himself, isn't he? Yeah, he is. He's going up. He's going to climb up on top of this equipment. That's a good shot. Oh, my God. Wow. No way. I just thought he was going to do like a crossbody. He just turned around and went straight into a moonsault. Mate, I did not expect him to turn around and moonsault then. I just thought he was going to crossbody. That's what I was kind of prepared for. That was sick. That was really good. That was really good. Mentally, I was just ready for him to just crossbody and be like, yeah, that was cool. That was nice. I like that. When he just like spun around, I was like, what? Mate, there is nothing on the floor there. Like, there's nothing to sort of protect him. So, to kind of jump and go like, yeah, whoa. Respect. Normally with that you would cross body because you're keeping, you know, you've got a bit more control about where your head's gonna land. Oof. Fair play. Respect. I'm doffing my cap. Yeah, good. We're back at the ringside area. Back at the ringside area, we've had loads of weapons. We've had a fun spot in the crowds. Fair play to these two. These two are like going out there trying to deliver something that's, you know, worthy of opening the show. This legit could be Saturday night's main event. Easily. Finn with kendo sticks. In fact, you could put this on Clash in Italy. Shots coming in by Finn. I need to jot these scores down. The Roman Reigns segment you lot said was great. Oh, I can't see any way this match is not getting a great rating so far. They're going to have to really stuff up the ending. Oh, he's using some camera cable as well. So he's used camera cable, wrapped it around the leg of Finn. Finn goes down. That was good. I like that. Innovative. Preventing Finn from getting back in the ring by grabbing that cable, wrapping it around his leg, pulling him off the edge of the ring. That's bought him a bit of time so he can set up a Slim Jim table. Yes. Slim Jim, Slim Jim, Slim Jim. Why are the referees not sponsored? WWE, TKO, if you're watching this, you need to get sponsors on those ref shirts. It's a big missed opportunity. You could have like Captain Crunch on the front. Baby diapers, dude wipes on the back. It's a big... I'm shocked. I'm shocked that TKO haven't done it. Okay, shots coming in there by Finn. Christopher said, I think JD trusted Finn in order to do that backflip. Yeah, oh yeah. He did. He did trust him. Finn Balor with a chair shot. And again. That was sick, though. It was so sick. When he turned around, that was so sick. Chair shots coming in again by Finn. This match has been a lot of fun. He's picking him up and driving him down onto a chair. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Oh, my God. King Yeti. So flipping supportive of this channel. King Yeti, thank you, my friend. On the members side, we do streams every day. We did one just before the show tonight. We got another one tomorrow. We do one on every weekday. King Yeti single-handedly keeping the members side of this channel going. It's so appreciated. And look at all these people that have benefited. Make sure you join us, guys, on those streams. Obviously, you get your name highlighted in green as well. Right now, we've got Finn Balor. Bang! Look at that! Drop kicking JD through a table that have set up in the corner. Yeah, he is. He's in position for a coup de grace. Balor is climbing up. Coup de grace. No! Misses! Oh! Lovely knee. Flying knee. 1, 2. Powerbomb. Kick out by Finn. This match carrying on. I don't know what Chelsea's doing, but she says it's going to be a long night on set. So, I don't know what she's filming. JD looking for a pin. Chelsea teasing something whilst we're enjoying this opening match, and it's very good. It's very good. What a match so far, says Luke. It's really fun, isn't it? Really, really fun. They're doing an excellent job. You can see they're just showing the marks on the body of JD. It's been very, very physical. Got another table that's being brought in. Oh, you can see the blood, actually. The blood pouring down his back already. JD sucks is the chant. Finn Balor is trying to use the ropes to get back up. Is really struggling. JD really making Finn Balor work here. This match is really good for JD. Shots coming in again. Finn Balor on that table as JD's looking to go up. I think he's going to look for another moonsault. Balor gets up. Prevents JD from doing that moonsault. Puts him onto the table. Throws in a couple of shots. JD's in position for a coup de grace. Don't know if Balor's going to connect with it. He might do. He's climbing up. Oh, here's Dominic. Here's Dominic. We had to know that Judgment Day were going to get involved. Dominic comes down. Right now, JD is going for a big superplex. Kind of drove himself through that table as much as he drove Finn Balor, to be honest. But through the table, he's trying to make his way over to cover Finn. He's taking his time. 1, 2. Yep, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Dominic can't believe it. The street fight continues. It's a big superplex. But I think JD put a lot of himself through that table as well. Both guys are down. We've had kendo sticks. We've had chair shots. We've had tables. We've had commentary table spots. We've had stairs. There's just broken furniture absolutely everywhere. Trash can being thrown in now by Dominic. A second trash can being thrown in. And Dominic himself getting in the ring. As he's going to look to wrap this up. He's kind of grabbing these items. He's going to help JD. To the midsection. Boom! Across the back. And it's just turned into a handicap match right now. I kind of feel like someone needs to come and help Finn, but I don't know who that would be. We haven't really seen anyone sort of being an aid for Finn. Whoa! 6-on-9 to JD! Boom! I just thought he was going to do a 6-on-9 to Finn. Finn, though, managing to turn the tables. You can see the blood on the back of Finn. JD doesn't know where he is. Bang! Into the corner. Surely setting him up for a coup de grace. JD still in the bin. Dominic on the outsides. The beginning of the end. That is so satisfying. That is seriously satisfying. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's really good. It's very satisfying when you see the bin really crumple after a coup de grace. What a fight, says Corey. Great ending, said Wrestle Rants. That was good, said Brony. Tyler said that was a great fun match. Ellis Stubbs said that was better than most WWE plunder matches. I think it's really fun. I want to say congratulations to WWE because I think they started with Roman and Jacob and a big announcement. They followed it up with what I've no doubt is going to be a great match. I'll be shocked if this comes out as being like just good. I thought that was really enjoyable. Raw is better than SmackDown, and it has been for a while. Finn Balor with the trash can and the chair. Puts his hands in the air. Dun 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 dun. What? What? Wada slam. The hell are they on about? Some stupid DoorDash thing? Okay, we're looking at what went down last week. We saw Seth Rollins backstage earlier. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Okay, wow, we're nearly 40 minutes in, and so far, thumbs up. So far, thumbs up. We're just seeing last week Street Profits having a word with Seth, saying how they don't need him. Here's Seth with Kathy. Is it wise to keep pursuing battles with the Vision, asks Kathy. I know a few things. I know I'm a marked man. I've got 0 allies. I've got to put an end to the Vision. Robbie said, in my opinion, we've not had nearly far enough with sponsors or ads. Great match and great finish, said Simply Simon. Maggie said, tolerable, not amazing. DoorDash is a fast food delivery company, said Eric. Yeah, I've heard of DoorDash, but I don't know about that WADA thing they were trying to get over. They're trying to promote it as like a new hashtag thing, WADA slam. I don't know. Okay. Seth is announcing. Seth's in the main event. Any member of the Vision, any combination of the Vision. He wants Bron Breakker to answer this challenge. Who are you, really? Are you just a Nepo baby? This is your chance. The main event tonight. Show me who you really are. I like that. I mean, it is true, isn't it? Do it. Come and beat me on your own. Oh, there's Oba. Is that next? Dude, if we're doing the Oba challenge... Oh, no. Tonight. I was like, if that's next, this is like a goated first hour. But I'm not sure it is. It just said tonight. Okay. I don't mind if Roman had a bit of power, said Liam. I think there should be benefits being top champion, which could include a bit of pull with the GM, as you are the face of the brand, says Liam. Liam, yeah, I can vibe with that. Maybe this ends that storyline, but I doubt it, said Pushing Up Daisies. Maggie said Seth needs to win tonight. And be balling excited for Oba's Open Challenge. Corey said it's going to be Theory tonight for Seth. Sean said, Days, how are we feeling about Roman bringing back the concerto? He's not done it in a long time, and that's how he could beat Jacob. Imagine Roman has no other choice, and he uses a concerto. I've never really associated that with Roman. That's more of a Edge type thing. So, I mean, he could probably use it, but I don't know. If he's got to go to a really dark place to beat Jacob, would that dark place look like Roman using a Tongan death grip? Would that dark place look like Roman using a Samoan spike? I don't know. It's an interesting thought. If Roman has to go to an extreme, then what would that move be? You know, for Randy, it's the punt. I actually don't know what it would be for Roman. That's interesting. Right now, we just got a Saturday night's main event promotion thing. 20-minute Raw, 3-minute ads, 3-minute Raw, 4-minute ads, 12-minute Raw, 4-minute ads, said Corey. Yeah, there is a lot of ads. We know there's a lot of ads, though. There's always a lot of ads. I think what we're getting in between the ads is better quality this week. Okay, so we should be back from commercial break, and we've got a little Sol Ruka video package. I wonder if that's going to take us to a Sol Ruka Becky thing next. Days, do we think Roman wins in Italy? Well, I think they've absolutely stacked it. It's the second time they're facing. I didn't think Roman would lose at Backlash, but I am wondering what they do now. I think Jacob has a chance. I wonder if Drew gets involved and actually it ends because Jacob now has another problem to deal with. Or not. I wonder if it's Randy, that gets involved. It could be Drew, or it could be Randy. There could be someone that just takes Jacob away from this story. We still don't know who attacked Jacob. I think that's the story that we're going to end up going back to. I don't think we're done with that story. I think we go back to it. So I'm going to say Roman gets it, but because of some sort of outside interference. Okay, we are with Sol Ruka. We are backstage with Sol Ruka. She's stoked. Days, do we agree or disagree that Clash in Italy, Gunther, Cody, Jade, Rhea, Roman, Jacob, Sol, Becky? I think there's a chance for that. I can't say 100% we're going to get all of those because we could do some of them on like the Raw or the SmackDown before and after. Here's Becky. You're 0-2. You should get going. I think you've bitten off more than you can chew. Okay, Sol does go. That's this generation. They give up so easily, but Sol's music's hit. Okay, Sol has made her way down to the ring. Nice. Corey says, I was hoping it was Saxton that was going to leave. So Sol Ruka has made her way out. I don't mind this story with Sol about how she's 0-2. Becky's winding her up about it. It means that Sol needs to find a victory. I don't know that she's wrestling, though, here. I'm going to cut to the chase, says Sol. But they were just talking backstage. I thought Sol was going to come out and talk about how, you know, it's been a bit of a challenge coming up. Okay, I'm not sold on it at the moment, but we'll see. Becky's a great promo, so I'm sure this will still be good. What stunt are you pulling? I worked too hard to just give up. Okay. No. No, because you've lost 2 matches in a row. You want to face me right here, right now, says Becky. Of course, the crowd want it. Yeah, Becky's well in her right to say no. No, yeah, no. I would love to perform. Boos for Becky. Lord knows you could use some excitement. Sol interrupted Becky, so she started over again. I like that. Sign in the crowd says, shut up, Becky. Locker room leader. She's a mentor to the youth. She is. And it's not just her saying it. She's talking about women that didn't quite make it. Loony Lyra, Moody Maxine. You're not ready for this, says Becky. I'll face you at Saturday night's main event if you're ready. I'm not just a star maker, I'm a star breaker. Becky is priceless, said Flame Fist. She's so comfortable on the mic, isn't she? I think that's a real shame. I really do. Oh. Okay. You've done nothing to deserve the title. So we're going to do Becky Soul at Saturday night's main event, but not for the belt. Becky Soul non-title match. David said, watching hockey, my Habs made the Final Four. Congratulations to the Hampshire Habs. Segment score. Okay, well, I find myself a little bit confused about that. Sol Ruka's lost 2 matches. Calls Becky out to ask, can I have a title shot? Becky rightfully goes, no. But if you think you're ready, I can face you at Saturday night's main event. Then it turns out that's not for the title. So now I think we're doing a match, but it's not for the belt. If I've just followed that. Here's the Club WWE adverts. Okay. If Sol wins, then she'd get the title shot, said Jeremy. I think that's probably the path, isn't it? So, Saturday night's main event, no title, on the line. If Sol wins, that'll set up a title match maybe for Clash in Italy. And maybe that's the way we're going. Sol is a bit of an awkward talker, said Prince Bowie. Sol needs a lot of work, said Jojo. Just release it, said Trenton. Okay, here's Vision. Here's Logan and Theory. There's Heyman. Make the match. Bron Breakker wants the match made. Okay, it is Austin Theory. Austin Theory's excited. Bron Breakker is not excited. Theory's like, I've got you back. I've got you back. What are you doing? Okay, Bron Breakker says, what are you doing? I can beat him. Okay, so he's just saying, I know you can, but you know, we can go about a different way here. Okay, here comes El Grande. So we're going to be doing this. This is okay. I'm not down on this. Dun 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 dun. Okay, original El Grande and Los Americanos, Hermanos. So 6-man tag coming up next. Get your thoughts in for that Becky segment. We're going to score that as well. What did you think about the Becky segment? Best Raw this year contender, said Fish. Trios match like AEW, says Pushing Up Daisies. This is just the same match as last week, said Robbie. Adam, hello. Hope you're doing well. Here comes... Yeah, these aren't as over in America. In Mexico, they would be going crazy right now. The passion, the fire, it really does come across. It's not quite been hitting on... I don't think it really helps, to be honest, with the fact they try to go a different way. I don't know why they don't try and just align it so they get everyone behind Ludwig. Yeah, because in America, like, Chad and the Creeds get a much better reaction. Does make it a bit messy, I think. Still don't know the location for the September 11th Triple Mania. That coming in September. Jeremy said, and the crowd have gone mild. Right. Theory always gets beat up, says Maggie. Remember, he was a Vince guy. Flame Fist, chat out to you. Wrestlerant said it's a pretty strong first hour so far. Robbie said the only difference between this week and last week is the tornado rules. Okay. Here's Los Americanos. Okay, they're coming down, and again, yeah, not much of a big reaction here, but the match could be really fun. Ryo and Bravo, they've really grown into the roles themselves, actually. Okay. We go, I don't know if we're going to commercial or back from commercial. Simply Simon said, I just don't get the appeal with this story. It really works in AAA. AAA, because the crowd are really into it. The crowd really took to El Grande, Ludwig, because he's got a good size to him, good poise to him. He's a good talker, good wrestler. And the fans just really started to, like, take to him. And, you know, he started to sort of take to them as well and started speaking Spanish, which was really well appreciated. Started talking about, like, Mexican legacy and the tradition and the honor of Mexico. And, like, you know, all of that. They're just lapping it up in Mexico. So El Grande, Ludwig, has done a brilliant job. And he now is like a megastar in AAA. I mean, it sounds crazy, but when he comes out on AAA, the reactions are monstrous. Really, really. And the fact is, dating the announcer, the female announcer down there, they kind of brought her into the story as well. And that was good. And the heat is like quite loud, quite big on Chad. He's a brilliant foil. So it's just working down there. It really is. But, like, you get here on Raw and it's just crickets. It's crazy. Shots coming in. We are underway with this match as lovely work there by Bravo. Against the ropes. Bruto. Slamming... Bravo down. Nice Inzaguri kick there by Ludwig. Yeah. So Corey says he's rooting for the real Americano, the one that's fighting for Mexico and AAA. Chop coming in. Bravo in the corner. He gets dumped to the outside. They go down, grabbing the legs. They got Chad. Oh, yeah, you're feeling that. You're definitely going to be feeling that. Chad gets driven into the corner. Okay, Ryo and Bravo are working together on Chad. Crowd very, very quiet at the moment. Okay, we got a spot where his head scissors. It did look a little contrived, that moment there, to be honest, but yeah. Going over, going up to the outsides. I think that was Bruto. El Grande goes through the ropes. Right now we've got Chad's moonsault into the outside, so quite spot heavy as you would imagine. Okay, Big Migs said, I found out that my dad is suffering from early onset dementia from a head injury at work. Really? 66. Thanks for taking my thoughts away, even if it is a split. So I'm so sorry to hear that, Big Migs. Really sorry to hear that, buds. It's horrible, isn't it, to think that a head injury like that can result in, like, onset dementia. I mean, these things can strike at any time. My grandma went through that. My aunt is going through it at the moment as well, actually. So I can sort of sympathise to a degree. But that's awful. But yeah, we've said before, this is the great thing about wrestling is that, you know, it might be frustrating at times and it might have its flaws and there might be things that happen that people don't enjoy. But it is a brilliant escape from, you know, what's going on in the real world. So long may that continue. Obviously, we're back tomorrow. We got Saturday night's main event coming up. We got AAA the week after. We got Clash in Italy. So, I mean, there's loads of wrestling on the way. So, yeah, Big Mig, shout out to you. Thoughts with you. Thoughts with your dad as well. But lovely to see the community kind of firing in their support. Okay, inside cradle at the moment. We've got... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at the power there by Julio. 1, 2. Kick out. Yeah, that was great. Ryo managing to kick out, but Julio just picking up Ryo and actually getting back up to his feet. Slamming him down. Getting the 2, but very impressive action there by... Julio. Here we go. Looking for a no joy. He's looking to go over. Ryo goes over into a power bomb. Goes for a cover. 2. Save his mates. RTX said, did you see the thing online? Everyone wanting Santino to be in Clash in Italy. You could get it. He's been in NXT. We've obviously got that relationship with TNA, so you could absolutely... you could do that. Sure, they could find a spot for him. Life is often disappointing. Shout out to you, my friends. Double underhooks. He's got Bravo down. Slam down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Bravo. Kicks out. Bravo kicks out. Okay, El Grande comes in. Throws in a shot. Right now we've got, in the corner, collides in. Palm shot coming in there. Posing away is El Grande. Right now we've got the OG El Grande coming over. The original El Grande. Okay, it was all a bit slow, like, I'm going to interrupt that move, then they're going to interrupt this move. I think we were at commercial break, that's why. Looking for this thing to just heat up a little bit. It's been a bit slow. Roll through there by Chad, double clothesline. Nice. Oh, that was good. OG, Chad in control. There's a guy in the crowd standing up, showing his support of Chad's. Okay, right now we've got... looked a little clunky, but you could see what he was going for. He had Ryo on the back, Bravo on the front. Ludwig gets thrown into the corner. Chad with the cover. Bravo coming in. trying to make the save. This would be great if the crowd were hotter, but because they're so subdued. Oh, that was brilliant, though. I tell you what, Julio has looked really good in this. That was a monstrous superplex. I mean, absolutely flipping huge. And it gets very little reaction from the crowd, but it was monstrous. The moonsault was okay, followed up by a headbutt, and couldn't quite get the win. This is where you would want the fans going, this is awesome. This is the spot where people are sort of laying down and allowing the fans to chant that, but they're not. Oh, moves out the way, kick coming in. Bruto goes into the corner. They've definitely given a couple of spots to Julio, though, to make him look good. Right now, we got Rayo, we got Bravo, we got El Grande. Okay, he's reaching in, he's reaching down. All three of them have got metal plates. They're loading the masks. Okay. Okay, forearm shot coming in. Kick coming in. Oh, they're trying to headbutt him. They end up headbutting each other. There's a lot of shenanigans going on here, isn't there? Now we're going for a triple German. Crowd like that. Straps coming down. There's no Germans in the ring. There's 6 Mexicans. Okay, they're going to moonsault because he's really close. Yeah, triple moonsault. I think it was Ludwig, actually, that was really close. There was not much room to do a moonsault there for Julio. Julio had to kind of go up and sort of try and rotate and come back down in a very short space. Okay, the fans have burst into life a little bit. They like the triple work. They like the triple German. They like the triple moonsault. That's connected with them. That's got a bit of this is awesome chant going. Super kick coming in there by Bravo. Hurricanrana by Rayo. I don't know that this thing needed this amount of time. Okay, into the timekeeper's area. Right now we got Rayo. Takes over. Oh, big splash. I think that's Bruto. Right now, a bit of miscommunication. I don't know what they're going for. Against the ropes goes. Headbutt there by Ludwig. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. I think there's elements to the match that are good. I think the crowd are really quiet. Really, really quiet. That did not help. They gave it time. Can't say that it didn't have enough time. It probably had a touch too much time. It was alright. I didn't hate it. Sympathy applause, says Robbie. It was good, said Ant B Ballin. It was okay, said Jojo. The crowd is trash, said Big Migs. It was a really good Frankensteiner. Breaker should take notes, says Corey. Rayo said when we're backstage with Paige and Brie. Who? We don't need to say anything about that, do we, really? Michael Cole getting excited because a DoorDash has arrived. Acting like he's never had food in his life. Oh my God! Is that the Whataburger man? Ah! Calm down, Michael. Jesus. Imagine how he reacts when he sees a vagina. Oh my God! Is that a vagina? Ah! If you get that excited about the Whataburger mascot, Jesus Christ. Okay, we got Joe Hendry in the ring. Joe says no. We're not at commercial. I thought it was a commercial break. Are we just doing this now? Are we? This is just happening now. Okay, this is happening. We're doing this now. This is happening now. It's another Joe Hendry song. I think we've just moved very quickly from the Whataburger situation. People have got their phones out. Jesus Christ, we're still on this fire, Logan Paul thing. Okay. Pushing Up Daisy said I wouldn't go to this. It's fun and it's an ad, said Blake. Doug Dilly said, what's happening? America's at commercial. Oh, well, I wish I was at commercial. I've got this thing going on at the moment. I didn't realize. I thought you were seeing this. It's basically the Fire Logan Paul song. So I'm watching this and I don't have to be. Because you're not watching this. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm taking that off. Oh, flipping. Oh, now we're back. Well, there we go. Thanks, WWE. Next Sunday. There's a typo, guys. But sassy. A little bit sassy from Michael Cole. It's next Sunday, guys. Well, there we go. It was, you just missed the Logan Paul song, that's all. So when we go back to the ring, Joe Hendry will be in there. It did feel very quick. Like, we just literally cut to the ring and he was there and he was talking and he went into it. It did feel weird. I didn't realise we'd gone commercial. Okay, we're just seeing a replay of what went down at the start of the show. Tribal Combat! Clash in Italy. Oh, look at these graphics. They were like statues. That was nice. That's a different logo as well. Well, the match is made. Tribal Combat. Roman. Jacob. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? We said we think Backlash will connect to Clash because there's not much time. So we've gone from normal match at Backlash, little bit of a screwy finish, takes us to Italy, and now we do tribal combat. I don't know who's going to win this. I would imagine Roman will be a pretty good favourite, minus 500 type thing. But Jacob could get it. If they want to really do a changing of the guard type thing, maybe Usos join up with Jacob and takes us down a very interesting road. I know about tribal combat, says Jay. It gets crazy. It gets brutal. Here's LA Knight. Shaking his heads. Not now, says Jimmy. Not now. Maybe you'll bring in Roman and do a whole Oofa-Laffa ceremony. I do love those Oofa-Laffa ceremonies. You know better. Jimmy says, not now, as they walk away. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen LA Knight for a little bit, so I wonder where this is heading. He does keep kind of popping in and letting them know you're slipping back to your old ways. I don't like seeing you back with Roman. We know where this is going to go. Okay, Ethan Page sitting down with Michael Cole. To help you out? Okay, Ethan Page has given Michael a handwritten intro. Continue. He wants to rename the IC belt the Ethan Page Championship. Why do you act like this? Michael Cole says you've got everything to Ethan. Why do you act like this? It's quite good. I'll be the first man to put the word fear into Penta's vocabulary. I think you did a great job. That's fine. Corey Graves said the first part of that was a journalistic masterpiece, but then you tried to be a journalist. The bit where he went off card, that's where he ruined it, according to Corey. Penta, Ethan, this Saturday at Saturday Night's main event. We're obviously here for that. I need to get that stream set up, actually. Okay, on we go. We're venturing forwards as we've got Judgment Day coming out. So is this going to be the women's tag match with this awful music? It is. There's Liv. There's Roxanne. There's Raquel. Bella sounded. Let's go. Okay, Ego should start spraying opponents with... There we go. I just switched over to a different router. Yeah, little bit of lag momentarily. Mommy, shout out to you. We're at adverts right now. Netforce said Saturday night's main event are just another Raw or SmackDown. They're not special like they were back in the 80s and the 90s. Yeah, it is just another kind of Raw, really. That's the way to view it. I mean, they will put some title matches onto it, and there's always a chance of a title change, just like there is with Raw and SmackDown. So, not impossible for there to be, you know, something of substance. I'm just looking forward to it. I'm excited to see what they can come up with, and I'm quite excited to be doing wrestling this weekend. So, as we said, we'll be doing it. Whatever time it starts, we'll be starting a good couple of hours before. Becky has posted a comment. She said it's... We might as well throw over to it, actually. I've got it on screen. Here. So sad that sucker Sol Ruka thinks that she's got any right to be in the ring with me, the greatest of all time. She can't win a single match. However, my IC title will continue to be represented more than any other title because I am a fighting champion. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean she's defending the title at Saturday night's main event then? Because she's talking about being a defending champion, but then equally saying that Sol Ruka hasn't earned the right to fight for it. She can't win a single match. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I need the announcement. I feel like we're going to do it. We're doing Becky Sol. And at the moment, I'm thinking the belt is not on the line. But, yeah, comments like that don't bring clarity. Here's Paige and Brie making their way down. RKO out of somewhere said, if you was in WWE, what would your finisher be? I don't really ever think about that because I'm not a wrestler. I've, you know, never really thought about becoming a wrestler. So I've never really given much time to thinking about a ring name and finisher moves and things along those lines. I mean, I'd need a hold that you could put on pretty much anyone. I'm clearly not that strong, so I'm not going to be picking up people. I'm certainly ain't going to be doing no tombstones. So I'd probably need some, you know, decent little submission hold in the middle of the ring. That'd probably be the route that I would go. I know my role. It's certainly not in the ring. It's sitting here talking to you guys and dealing with all the sponsorships and ad breaks that they throw at us. Okay, it was very close earlier when we asked you guys who you thought was going to win this. I think it came out about 56% you thought the champs were going to retain. So very, very close. Yeah, so last week we saw Liv with her championship. We saw Raquel and Roxanne with those. tag titles. Right, let's go. It's never a good sign when you're the champ and you come out during the adverts, said Jennifer. Wrestle with Andy said, do we think we see Brock again? Yeah, I think we see Brock. I think he goes in the Hall of Fame. I don't know that we get another match. I know internally there's people that have got their doubts that he retired. But, I mean, if he was going to retire at WrestleMania, then it would have gone the way that it went. So, I don't know. I mean, if it's a work and they are going to be bringing him back, I think they've done as good a job as you could do. Came out of nowhere. We took us all by surprise, which is why I think people are struggling to believe it. But it kind of went the way that it should have gone if he was actually retiring, so... Heyman getting all emotional, look good as well. Brock getting emotional, looking good. I don't know. Do you bring him back for one more match just so that he can lose to Gunther? I don't know. I think that we might have seen the last of him wrestling, but he definitely comes back to go in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, we need to see what happens in the summer with that court case. I'd imagine his name's going to get mentioned in that. And to be honest, he might know that that's coming as well. He might know that that court case is coming and that there's going to be a lot that comes out about him again, that all the noise is going to get kicked up again. Because it's settled down, hasn't it, a bit? The Janelle Grant stuff, the court stuff, all of that stuff. It's settled. It's not really being spoken about so much at the moment, but that case is happening in like June, July. I wonder if he thinks that it's all going to get brought back up again and it's better to just, you know, call it quits at Mania, and that could be part of the reason as to why. Tag being mates. I don't see Brock coming back to lose to Gunther. I think that's why he retired. Because he didn't want to retire if he would rather put Oba over, said Eric. It's strange they didn't make a stipulation like the career was on the line. I don't know, because if you did that, then I think you know that he's losing. Because Oba's not going to lose, is he? So if you do a stipulation like career on the line, you're basically telling everyone he's retiring. I think the fact that it came out the blue, we didn't know it was going to happen, was kind of part of, you know, the moment, really. Like, is this happening right now? Like, that shock that it wasn't spoiled or anything like that. I think it was done brilliant. It was done brilliant. Kind of caught you off guard, out the blue. He retires at WrestleMania, passing the torch to Oba. I don't know how many of them knew that he was going to do that as well. I mean, word on the street is that it was kept quiet, a big surprise. There was only a few people that knew. Back elbow there by Paige. Crash into the outside, getting caught there by Raquel. Paige into the barricades. Into the edge of the ring. Paige slumps down as she's getting chucked around. Yeah, champ's in trouble. Raquel, Roxanne in control. Brie's wind really hurt Roxanne on that run, said Corey. The fans aren't into those yes kicks, said Davids. We are at commercial right now as Judgment Day are... in control. On the outside, we've got Roxanne chucking Paige into the barricades. So, women's tag match right now. We are at commercials. I could see Irresistible Forces getting involved, like they have done in every title match since Paige and Brie won, says Robbie. There is some trash talking going on. I can hear someone saying, I think it's Liv saying, I'm so much better than you. Big back elbows there by Raquel, getting in the face of Jess Carr. Come on, Paige. Paige at the moment being choked out against the ropes. Tag being made. Kick coming in there by Roxanne as Paige slumps down. Christine said, I really want Judgment Day to win. RKO out of somewhere said Scream Mode is an epic name. Do you know what? I agree. I do really like that name, Scream Mode. I agree. I think it's pretty fun. Oh, Liv coming over, getting involved. Another shot coming in. If Jess wasn't over there trying to get Brie's autograph, we wouldn't have to worry about this kind of thing, says Corey. Corey, I think, trying to suggest that Jess is a bit starstruck. Okay, Roxanne in control. She's got a hold on Paige at the moment. Oh, down she goes. Roxanne in control. Paige over by the ropes. The fans are applauding away. The fans are making some noise. They're into it. Okay, right now we got Raquel. It's not often you see someone winding up before they throw it. Oh, I'm going to get you. Oh, boom. Raquel actually winding up. Love that. It's like something out of flipping Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Beep, beep. In a second, there'll be an anvil that's going to... A piano, a grand piano is going to fall on someone in a second. Oh. I'm going to get you. Right now, we've got Paige and Roxanne. Paige over against the ropes. Gets caught there by Raquel. Right now, through the ropes. To the outside goes Raquel. Paige trying to make that hot tag. Michael Cole is trending. I wonder if that's how he reacted to the Whataburger thing. Or oh, it's for a few reasons. The Whataburger thing, the interview with Ethan. Brie is in. Damn the cake on rocks, said Brando. She has got cake. She has got cake. She's got cake for everybody. Right now in the corner, we've got... ooh, net breaker. Whoa! Okay, so they do love that spot, don't they? Where you do a net breaker on someone whilst that person's holding the head of their partner and they end up like DDTing their own partner. Right now we've got... oh, the winner of this faces Irresistible Forces. Kicks coming in there by Brie. They don't look very good, do they? Looks like we're just rehearsing them. Brie up top. Missile drop kick. That looked okay. Yeah, she's got enough of it. It was like a single leg drop kick, actually. Down goes Brie. Clothesline there by Raquel. Raquel going up. Paige with a shot. Forearm shots. Why? I don't know why, but Brie's shots look very weak. Even there, when she was throwing in, it's like, Paige screams out. Roxanne chucks Paige to the outsides. Brie goes against the ropes. Roxanne over the other sides. Collides into the back of Brie. Brie goes down. Roxanne bounce, moonsault. Knees up there by Brie was good. Springboard moonsault by Roxanne. Brie on... oh, I don't know where she's going. Roxanne is a mile away. Okay, Brie's being very adventurous. Yeah, there is no way Brie was making that jump. I don't know what she had planned, but she ain't making that distance. Liv gets involved, and it was seen by Ref Jess. Ref Jess is like, yo! Out of there! Yes, let's go! Belt in the ring! Oh, shenanigans! Shenanigans! Roxanne's got the belt! Oh, misses! Roll up! 1, 2... Oh, Brie gets it. Oh, my God. Even with distractions, flipping Judgment Day can't get the win. So it is Brie and Paige that retain. Oh, I thought there was going to be something there. I thought, where the hell did Liv come from? I didn't realise she'd actually gone up the entranceway. She just came pelting back down again. Now we've got a big beatdown going on. That's going to bring out Bayley and Lyra. They're still sniffing around. Roxanne goes down. Bayley gets in the ring. Lyra, we got moving parts everywhere. Oblivion does not connect. Oblivion, Bayley to belly. Liv is slumped. Lyra. Bang. Judgment Day go down. Okay, lots of shouting. So we've got Brie and Paige. We've got Raquel and Roxanne. Smile on Paige's face. She's cut her top, hasn't she, Bayley? I think she'd sort of cut her top to here, but it still had this pattern that she kind of kept on. I only briefly got a glimpse, but I thought it was quite clever. Okay, we've got Seth. I wonder if people are going to speculate about The Rock being in the background on the truck. Okay, we got LA Knight talking with Seth. I don't like you now, and I didn't like you then. I respect you want to do this on your own, but you're going to need help. But you ain't getting it from me. Okay. Have fun getting stomped out. Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about Oba. I completely forgot. We've got the Oba Open Challenge still to come. Oh, dude, I completely forgot. Oba, Oba, Oba. Yes, let's go. LA Knight does a lot of talking, doesn't he? He does. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. I'm not helping you. Why didn't he just not get involved? If he's basically saying I'm not going to help you, just don't help him. Done. Okay, Oba coming up next. Get your thoughts in for that last match. The women's tag match. I think we started this show really hot. If you think about that Roman segment with Tribal Combat and you think about that fantastic JD Finn Balor match, I think we were doing really well. And then, I don't know, I'm still confused by Becky's soul in the sense of, what are we doing? Then we did the 6-man tag that the crowd were dead for. Then we just had that match that, for me, was fine. I mean, my mind is not blown by it. I sort of feel like that first hour, really strong. This second hour, it's been a step down. But we do have an Oba Open challenge that could be really fun. We do have Los Americanos coming out. Okay. Days, I'd love to see Chris Van Vliet do an interview with Michael Cole, said Bishop. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I'd imagine he probably just gets told who is getting. I don't know if he can put in like a request as to who to interview, whatever, but yeah. We've made the first step. In a few weeks from now, we're going to find out who the real and only El Grande Americano is. They wrap the Mexican flag over the shoulders of Ludwig as commercial break comes to an end. So here we go then. Oba. 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 Who do we think? Who do we think? I want it to be Sheamus. I want it to be someone that's going to bring some fight. That's what I want. I want someone that's going to bring some fight. I think if this is a squash, people are going to be disappointed. We've got a Penta vignette right now. Obviously, he's in action this Saturday against Ethan. If no one wanted to answer the open challenge last week, why would we believe anything's changed in 7 days? Well, this is where Sheamus would make sense, because he might not have been around last week. He might have seen that no one wanted it last week, but he's cleared, he's back, and he answers it this week. Be interesting to see who it is. It'll be Brutus Creed without a mask, said Nerd Upstairs. Tala, said Jeremy. Philip thinks it's going to be the Brooklyn Brawler. That'd be fun if we were in Brooklyn and then he murked him and then we brought someone else out. Okay, here we go. Oba, Oba, Oba. People are on their feet. Chanting away. Lights go out. It's a big entrance. It's a big entrance. Everything about it's brilliant. Even this pause. Bum, bum. There he is. The fans can join in with the hoo, hoo, hoo. And then we go into the walk. Oba. And then we go into the Oba chants. So many elements to it. Oba. Oba. And you can still do the hoo if you want. Oba. Hoo. Oba. Hoo. Oba. Hoo. Oba. Hoo. Oba. Just have fun with it, you know? He's made his way down. Does he still do that? I believe he does. Here he is. I don't know if he didn't tweak it, though, actually. It used to be that. Yeah, no, it still is. Let's go. Every part of this is awesome. Oh! Oh, from behind! From behind! Is it Brock? Is it Brock? It's Brock! It's Brock! It's Brock! Brock's back! It is Brock! Brock Lesnar gets in the ring from behind! Merck's over as he was doing his pose! F5! Message sent! Message sent. Brock Lesnar's back. Loud boos. Picks him up again. Seems like Brock Lesnar wasn't satisfied with passing that torch at WrestleMania. There's more fights in the beast. As he stands over Oba, continues to mark him, picks him up again. Another F5. Wow. Wow. Well, we said, didn't we? I hope it's not someone that's going to... I hope it's not someone that's going to be easy walkover. Yeah, I didn't expect to see him. That's really well done. Ain't nobody been speculating about Brock coming out and murking Oba. That's really out the blue. That's a lovely moment. That's a lovely moment. Guys, I might have just found my thumbnail. Ah! Yes. Yes. Look, you can do it, WWE. You can do it. These OMG moments. These really great moments where you go, oh my God, that was well worth tuning in for. Yeah, this Raw creative team, they can actually be creative. Crowd are making some noise. So good. I'm surprised Meltzer didn't report this, said Cleveland. Let's go. That is so good. That is so good. Complete surprise. No mention of it. No word of it. No rumor of it. Completely out the blue. Don't know how they kept it quiet. I'm so pleased they did. Could you imagine if that got ruined? Do you imagine if they had managed to, like, ruin that? Ronnie said, did you enjoy that? I flipping love that. Absolutely. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Oba Femi gets laid. I mean, seeing Oba getting laid out, getting attacked. I mean, he got jumped. But obviously that's going to set up a big rematch. When are we going to do that rematch? I mean, I don't think Clash in Italy. It could be. I'm wondering about... when's Night of Champions? I'm wondering about Night of Champions. Because Clash in Italy's only like a week away. That was great. And out of nowhere, said Eric. I said he'd be back at SummerSlam, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. TKO threw a big check at Brock and said, please come back, said the nerd upstairs. People fake retire all the time. I don't want to hear people get mad, said Chris. I'm mad. I loved it. I loved it. Right now, we got Judgment Day. Look at Liv. Liv's like, listen to Roxanne right now. Listen to what she's saying. That's so good. Liv is got her eyes closed. She is she's not dealing with what's gone down on tonight's show very well. It's kind of really hard though to focus on that, isn't it, when we just had what we had. SummerSlam's his hometown. Why should he retire before then, says David. Liv said Roxanne and Raquel are still hotter and more relevant. They brought back Brock because they can't book Oba, said NT Seeker. Cameraman acting like we didn't see him rip his jeans again, said Pushing Up Daisies. Okay, we're back from commercial break. They just cut off Liv, you know. I'm very rarely speechless, says Corey. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Everyone in the universe, WWE universe, everyone in the office believed that Brock had retired, says Corey. I don't think that's fair, though, to be honest, because there was plenty of people that were questioning it. I mean, I think, was it Andy that just was questioning it? Okay, Adam Pearce is backstage. Is like, I need to get to the bottom of this. Bring Heyman to my office. Okay. Here's Heyman. I heard you're looking for me. Brock's retired. What the hell's going on? Who's Brock Lesnar? Who's Brock Lesnar? Has Brock Lesnar retired, but we got Brock Lesnar now? I think he just misspoke. But it looks like Italy is where this is going to go down. Brock Lesnar? Brock Lesnar? Guys, we've lost Brock Lesnar, but we've gained Brock Lesnar. I really didn't think we were going to be putting him on Italy. I really didn't believe that. Wow. Brock Lesnar is going to be the new name. It's so unfortunate, isn't it, that he was just saying Brock Lesnar's retired, but here's a contract for Brock Lesnar. That's so unfortunate that he misspoke right in that moment. Right in that moment. Okay, Saturday night's main event, Irresistible Forces against Paige. Okay, Becky against Soul has been announced for Saturday night's main event, but it's not... They're not saying that it's for the title, so I don't think it is for the title. I don't think it is for the title. Okay, they're just running down the Saturday night's main event cards. If you are just joining us, madness, craziness has gone down. Absolute flipping scenes. Brock Lesnar is back. There's the Street Profits. Yeah, good. This is a really good episode. That first hour was really good. Second hour was a step down, but massively saved by what we've just seen from Brock. And now we're just going to wrap it up with Seth Rollins' main event. We're going to walk in and walk out. Your new WWE Tag Team Champs, says the Street Profits. Don't expect me to get involved. You're not focused. Okay, Dawkins. Going over to Seth. Look, fam. We ain't got to be friends. Seth's like, I get it. I've got no friends. Okay. Thank you for coming and seeing me. I understand I've got no friends, but I've got a match right now. Okay, fans are woeing away as Seth Rollins makes his way down to the ring. If Oba loses to Brock, his career will go down, said Darren Guy. Darren Guy is a bit worried. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he is going to lose. But how do you book it? Seth making his way down to the ring. So Seth. Okay, Seth Theory. This is going to be our final match of the evening. Dun, dun. Okay, I want to see Montez Seth. Oh, yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see Montez versus Seth. That'd be really fun. I wonder if they are just teasing that momentarily. You're telling me Seth did not hear shouting from right back there, said Mad Jason. So wrestling hearing is really bad, actually. Wrestling hearing is really bad. Okay, the fans are singing away, chanting away, making lots of noise for Seth as he gets into the ring. Big Mig said, Days, you've got to edit the title. It's Lesnar. It is Lesnar. That is his brand new name. Very exciting for him. Seth has made his way down to the ring. Lesnar versus McIntyre. Is that your dream match? Lesnar versus... A lot of fans won't remember the McIntyre thing that Adam Pearce when he misspoke. That was fun. Okay, Seth is in the ring. Fans are singing away. They're just promoting Zuffa Boxing as we move into our main events. Nice. Days need someone subservient and devious and creepy and sadistic, said William. I've got you, buds. You absolutely tick those boxes, my friends. As Seth Rollins is in the ring. What's this music? Is this Theory's music? Yeah, I don't feel like I hear this music very much. You're going to see it. You're going to feel it. Theory then making his way down. Okay. Days, if Oba loses to Brock in Italy, I would say that means a third match at SummerSlam. I don't know who Roman would face. Seth would be the front runner, in my opinion, in that scenario, said AKF. Matteo said, Days, I'm going to be on a plane during Clash in Italy. WWE wants to do this to me. Cody Gunther, Roman Jacob, Tribal Combat. Now we've got Oba Brock Lesnar. Man, why are they doing this? Well, I heard it was specifically to upset you. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true, but apparently there was a lot of chatter about what's Matteo doing. Is he available? Can he watch the show? They were like, no, he's on a plane. And they were like, right, stack it. Stack it. Tribal Combat. We need Brock Lesnar. Oba on the show. Seth taking down Theory, so... Matteo, if you are going to enjoy yourself and take holidays, well, that's on you, isn't it? You should be like all of us other wrestling fans that just to completely abandon our lives and just literally watch show after show after show after show, yeah? We're not sat here swanning off, yeah? Your priorities are completely wrong. Here we go then. Seth stomping away on Theory. Brock Lesnar's Wikipedia page said that he's signed to WWE and that he's not retired anymore, says Ryan. It's all happened. I actually need to set up... let's take that off. I need to sort out the breakdown video. That's going to start in like 20 odd minutes probably. Okay, right now we got Seth looking for a curb. Okay, kick coming in there by Theory. We know that Bron Breakker is going to be sniffing around. Heyman said to him earlier about we've got a plan. There's a strategy. Okay, we got Logan on the outsides. So yeah, we're going to be seeing Bron Breakker. It's just when. WWE Creative Humor said, who knew that Italy had that kind of Saudi Arabia money? Over in the corner, we got a buckle bomb. The fans are singing that Fire Logan Paul song. So, I mean, it's definitely working for them. Seth in the ring. The thing with Lesnar is no matter what he's doing in WWE, he's still Brock Lesnar. We know if he snaps, he can hurt anyone at any time. Cheo said any one of these would have made SmackDown the best it's been this year. Raw's getting all the best segments. Yeah, we're eating really good, man. We're eating really good. Seth in control then in the main event. Seth goes down. Shots coming in there by Theory. Unloading is grabbing the leg of Seth. Backing up, gonna stomp away, and he does. Seth gets back into the ring. Theory goes in after him. We're coming up to 10 past, so we still got a bit of time. I don't think they'll look to end this thing before Logan sucks chance. I don't think we'll finish this before at least 20 past. Okay, shot coming in by Theory. The momentum of this match has completely changed. I'm a loyal wrestling fan. I'm here to watch with all my friends, said Dean. Wrestler Andy said, I can understand how Heyman misspoke and accidentally said Lesnar, but how on earth did Adam manage McIntyre? I don't know if he's ever been asked that, you know. If he ever went on to like Chris Van Vliet, I'm sure Chris would ask him that question. It is one of it is very confusing. Right now we've got Theory as we go to commercial break. So into the timekeepers area went Seth. Theory jumped onto the barricades. And he's just standing above Seth at the moment as we go to commercial break. Seth coming round. It's kind of, honestly, it's a little bit tricky to sort of get into this because we know that Bron Breaker's going to come down. And it's also just a bit difficult because we know... We just had flipping Brock Lesnar come back, you know? 1, 2. Seth kicks out. Days in 10 years, people might use this Raw as an example of how wrestling isn't what it used to be. Saying Brock and Roman were on the show. Seth was in a random mid-card match. Maybe. Yeah, mate, you could be right, but... I think it's been a really, really good episode. It feels like it was worth watching. I mean, that's a bit of an understatement, to be honest. This is definitely one of those that you might go, oh, I'm not feeling it, I'm going to skip it. And then you look and see what happened in the morning and you go, God damn it. Why does this always happen when I decide to step away, you know? I mean, it's true. I feel like WWE needed something just to sort of wake things up a bit, you know? Fans have been struggling a bit, and understandably so. So, you know, they've just come down and gone, well, let's just pull the Brock trigger. Okay, in the ring, we're still underway right now. If we're going to fire anyone, fire Seth, says Logan. Theory sucks chance. Theory sucks. Okay, I think everyone who says Gunther retired should return for one match against Gunther, says Corey. Credits WWE for keeping that Brock bit a surprise. We know that's damn near impossible, yeah. Yeah. It's a good point, that is. They do deserve some praise for keeping that a surprise because that would not have hit anywhere near as hard if that had been, you know, leaked. I mean, it does show, doesn't it? It does show how much that kind of, those leaks do take away from wrestling. Right now, we've got Theory. Oh. Okay, where are we? We're 12 minutes in. Seth trying to get a bit of life into his foot. Shot. I think you lot might have had an advert for UFC. I don't know if I had that. There's people talking about the wrestlers that have been advertised. Shots coming in there by Seth. Theory is down. Theory against the ropes, clothesline. And again, Theory goes down. Against the ropes, through the ropes. Theory through. Oh! Oh, powerbomb. Powerbomb by Seth. Kick out by Theory. That was nice. That was nice. Okay, Logan on the outsides, holding up those titles as Theory is battling away. Seth goes back into the corner. Is hobbling over. Double underhooks. He's got him up. Elbows coming in there by Seth. Swing and a miss. Lovely back elbow there by Theory. That was good. Shot to the back as well. Theory has got Seth up on his shoulders. Spins him. Oh. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Blue Thunder Bomb. Right now going into a single leg Boston. Okay, right now we've got Seth in a whole world of pain right now trying to get over to the ropes. We haven't seen any sign yet of Bron Breakker. Roll through by Theory. Bang, super kick coming in. Seth goes down. Crowd a bit quiet for this. I mean, they were quiet earlier. They're quiet for this now as well. Backing up, bang. Another super kick coming in. Yeah, he's got him in position for like a curb. Okay, I think he's going to look to curb stomp him. He's coming in. Clothesline there by Seth. Okay, Seth getting up on his feet. Has this got music in it? There's footage of Oba. Okay, no. We might play that in the breakdown. There's a clip of Oba after the beatdown. Okay, Logan gets involved. Stomp there by Theory. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. We're carrying on. So Logan's got involved a couple of times in this match, unsurprisingly. Theory almost picking up the win. I know this is the main event, but it doesn't feel like it, says Mr. Doran. I agree. I think the Brock thing just, I'm just seeing online all the reaction to that. It's just so much thought and chatter around that. Like, it really has just kind of dominated. I think WWE needed this, though. I think they needed that sort of big talking point, that big bombshell. So it's definitely a positive. Super kick coming in there by Seth. I'll be interested, though. How are you going to convince me that Brock can beat Oba this time? Because he didn't beat him last time. So how is he meant to do it this time? Okay, so the Brass Knucks get involved. Roll up by Theory. Kick out by Seth. There's a lot of nonsense in this, isn't there? Outside interference, all of this. Pedigree. 1, 2, 3. Seth gets the win. Logan jumps in. I wonder if we're going to see profits, aren't we? They'll come down, but again, maybe not to help Seth, but just because they want to get their hands on Logan and Theory. Here's Dawkins. Dawkins has come down. He unloads on Logan. Pop, 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 pop. No Montez, though. Yeah, I mean, look, Dawkins is getting attacked now. Dawkins is getting attacked. That's got to bring out Montez. Yeah, and it does. Here's Montez shaking his head. He's like, I can't flip and believe this. I'm here to help my partner. I'm not here for Seth. Logan. Montez lands on his feet. Crotch chop. Logan to the outsides. He's come in, said Marcus. Yeah. Down he comes. Takes the shirt off. Oh. 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 Montez takes down Logan. It's nice having Montez back. And, I mean, Dawkins is, you know, in a good spot, I think. Oh. Oh. Bit of dissension, maybe. Okay, here's Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker getting in. Oh, Montez! Pushed Dawkins out the way. Took the bullet for him. Ah. See, though, this is what happens if you try and help Seth and get involved. Street Profits have ended up getting murked. Seth's in there, though. Looking for a clothesline. Gets it. Down goes Bron Breakker. So, I mean, we got a big brawl going down after. Seth back in the corner. Logan grabbing the leg. Yeah, he's going to get murked. Ah! It's a good-looking spear and a nice kip up. Bron Breakker sending a message. Sending a message. Look good. Okay, Bron Breakker, Theory, Logan in the ring. Vision are standing tall. Seth goes to the outsides. Street Profits have already been murked. Got ring steps. Okay. We got some ring steps. Okay, they've stopped him. The Vision are holding Seth on the ring steps. Bron Breakker was going to use those steps. Adam Pearce, though, having a words. Seth's a lucky boy. Could have been nasty if those ring steps had connected. Okay, so we just got shenanigans. Let them fight is the chant. I'm tired of this, said Adam. Okay, there's just boos. Basically, the Vision are standing tall. There's Seth. I think this is how it's just going to wrap up, to be honest. Well, I think it's a really fun show. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I think the Bron Breakker thing, the Brock Lesnar thing is the real cherry on top. Maybe without that, it would have just been... As the show kind of comes to an end, this program contained product placement. What's that? Well, it bloody did. You're right. DoorDash and some Whataburger, man. Oh, a bit flat that, wasn't it, at the end? That's a little bit of a shame. Just a bit flat at the ends. But by and large, I think that's a really, really fun show. Yeah, I've never seen that product placement message before at the very end of the show. Logan's on the juice, said Anthony. Okay, we've got the scores of that final match. This was Seth versus Theory. Okay, you lot said it was good 92. You was not blown away by it. Okay. Boom, boom. Dave's quick question. How many times did Vince fight at WrestleMania? Well, I don't know, because he had those matches, didn't he? Like, he had one against flipping Pat, which would count as an appearance. So you'd have to, like, include those as well as, like, at WrestleMania 19 when he took on Hogan, or 17 when he took on Shane. So, I don't know. I'd have to try and go through and think about all those little ones, like when he took on, like, Pat and whatever. Matteo said, why does it feel like we've got pay-per-views wrong? Why are we getting SummerSlam-type matches on Clash in Italy, a B-tier show with Brock, Cody and Roman, and both the major titles being defended? Why does it feel like we got pay-per-views wrong? Why are we getting SummerSlam-type matches on Clash? That's not bad. We brought Cody both major titles. That's not bad, is it? Surely that's... Matteo, you're just upset because you're on a plane when that show's on. That's all that is. The rest of us that are actually dedicated to watching these shows, we're thrilled that we're getting something worth tuning in for, right? Don't you go spoiling the fun for us. Don't you go spoil it just because you're on a plane. Yeah, I'm on to you. I'm on to you. Alison said, that was a great show. I can't wait till Friday because I'm meeting Cody. Are you? Have fun, Alison. Pew Pew said, did you get the thumbnail sorted? I did, and it is up already. So, yeah. We need to go because I need to go straight into that, actually. Normally we hang around and just have a little bit of a chat, but we need to get over to that because there's lots to talk about with that Brock moment. So I'm going to wrap things up here. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow with NXT. If you all remember, we're back tomorrow with a members stream as well. I'll get that set up once everything's done. And, of course, we'll get opinions video sorted as well. But I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.